Hello, hello. What is up, everybody? Feels good to be back. Been a while. Well, it's been a week. How's everybody doing? Assemble and scatters, everybody. Hope everyone is doing great on this Thursday morning. For the first stream of the week, we've got a full schedule this week, which I'm very excited about because we've got today, we've got tomorrow regular streams, and then Saturday and Sunday we have YCS Anaheim watch party on both days as well. So I'm looking forward to the next couple of days. It's going to be a good time. I hope everyone is ready and doing well. Thank you all for the early subs. Welcome back, everybody. Thank you, Zytech. Thank you, Dragonfire. Thank you, Born HG. Thank you, Nilmi. Thank you, Fabulol. Thank you, Voldemort. Thank you, Just Some Nerd. Appreciate all of you. Thank you. We are here today to do a little bit of everything that I've missed over the last couple of days. We're gonna warm up in a second, but then we have some new cards. We have a Master Duel Forbidden and Limited list that is going to change my life and the life of everyone playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel for sure. That we're gonna take a look at later. And a whole bunch of other things. We're gonna recap YCS Lille. I'm gonna show you the deck that I played. We're going to talk about my experience, some of the things that I learned from YCS Lille. Maybe even talk a little bit about Genesys format because I did play that at YCS Lille as well. For those of you that are wondering, I've already recorded my Genesys deck profile from YCS Lille. That is going to go up on the channel today. So that's going to be on YouTube later today. But you are going to get the Dragon Ruler list that I played at the YCS, of course. Yeah, a lot of things that we're going to do today. Affect, thank you for the 20 gifties. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Hope everyone enjoys their gift subs. Also Gamer Raf and Adam Black, thank you for the primes. Appreciate that. Okay, nice. Some good vibes to start the day. I like to see that. You didn't play Paleo? I did actually play Paleo. I just didn't enter a tournament with Paleo. I brought a Paleo deck for Genesys format, and I played it against a friend just for some games. But I'm gonna be honest with you, the way I play Paleo, or like the rollback grindy stuff, like I just don't think that's made for modern tournament rules anymore. You know, like with the old time rules, you could at least include a win condition in your side deck for time. But with the new time rules, I just think it's like very, very weird to play Paleo, which is one of the downsides of the new time rules for me personally, is like Paleo becomes very, very weird to play, which is one of my favorite decks, but it is what it is, you know? Overall, I still feel like with the first couple of tournaments, I still feel like the new time rules are better than the old time rules, but yes, Paleo does suffer from the new time rules a lot. So I built it for Genesys format, but yeah. A friend of mine asked you for an autograph in the toilet in Lille, and he told me you were angry. No, I wasn't angry. I just said, like, this is not the place. I'm trying to go to the toilet right now. I hope he understood that. I'm usually very happy to give someone my autograph, but not when I'm trying to go to the toilet. But yes, I do remember that. Anyways, let us warm up. Let us warm up and then talk about all the things we're gonna do today. This feels familiar, does it? Maybe not. Maybe I lied. Starting the stream off with a lie. Yeah, no, this does not feel familiar. No idea what that is. DD Arc. Alright, I'm not on my DD Arc right now. Okay, this is something Valkyrie. It could be the Chariot. Nice. Uh. Preemit Sphinx. Lumina? No. Oh, Dragoonity. Not Trebus. Dude, the one you played, Dux. This is Cyber Ouroboros, I think. No. Gargoyle? Organic Gargoyle? No. Oh, okay. Really? I thought that was a different card. Okay, we got an Evil over here. I think that's Solda. Yeah. Okay, that's a Gen X. I know it's a Gen X or an Ally of Justice, to be honest. It could be either, but I have no idea which one. I know it's Gen X or Ally of Justice, but... Oh, it's a Gen X Ally. Okay, it's kind of both. King Boohoo, thank you for the 5. I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Is that just Wasteland? No. What is that? Canyon? Eternal Route? Ah. Okay. Also, thank you for the 19 months, King Boohoo. I appreciate that as well. Ooh, Zodiac. Zodiac. Gathering. Zodiacs. Oh, damn it. The double O got me. Okay. Zodiac sign. Ooh, that is that Anklaspar? No, it is a Machina though, isn't it? Storage? Possess storage. Okay. That is a Libromancer, Mystic Girl. I don't know. Reptia Egg. Who are you? Do I know you? Is that a Deep Sea card? Deep Sea Artisan? Cyber's looking ass. What is this? I have no idea. It's something Cybers. Signet optimization, yeah. No spur. Is that a Doriato card? Dark Doriato? Yeah. Lyrilusk. Lyrilusk. Cobalt Sparrow? Yeah. Why do I feel like I've seen this before, but I can't name it? Volcanon? That doesn't exist. Ignition? Ignition Beast Volcanon. Okay. Is that a synchro by any chance? Oh, dude, I've seen this. Is it drillfish? Is there a drillfish? PG drillfish? Is that it? No. Drill barnacle. This gives me Cleaford vibes because it is a Cleaford probably. If only I could spell Cleaford. Cephalopod. Is that Garma Sword Ritual? Garma Sword Oath? Yeah. Condemned Dark Lord? Yeah. Who are you? Oh, Guardian of Order. Okay, Red Eyes. Is it just... No. Is it Red Eyes? Oh yeah, it is. Red Eye, the link. Okay, what's the link called? Red Eyes. Dude, there's so many. Darkness Metal. Darkness Metal, the Dragon of... It's not even called Red Eyes. I couldn't even find it. That's mean. While I don't play paper, I always sub to see you pull up a new Master Duel ban list that involves banning Cybers. Oh, man. You just like to see me suffer then, huh? I think that's 4. Yep. That's Gofu, I think. Yeah. That is Armades, I think. It could be Armades on a spell trap, though. No, it is Armades. Okay. I have no idea what that is. Dark Horizon. Mask Chopper. That is a Roid. But like, dude, is it Armoroid? Yeah. I've seen this before. This is the is it Runic Tip? Oh yeah. Yeah, I've seen this before. Once or twice. Okay, hear me out. I was thinking of the, because we recently had an Infernoble card that looked kind of like that, where it was like all of the weapons. No one's gonna remember that, and I'm gonna look stupid. It's okay. No, that did happen, you know. It could be App Cologne. I think it's App Cologne. Who are you? Oh, it's an ice barrier card. I had no idea. Dai Sojo. Kepler. Pendulums are always weird because the artwork includes like the bottom of the picture, which is covered by the pendulum box. That is Naturia Cliff, I think. I feel like I've seen this. It might be Royal Command, the one that negates flips. Yeah. It's funny. There's a floodgate for flips. That is something. The Kairyushin. How do you spell Kairyushin? Rage of Kairyushin. No. Oh, Fury, not Rage. That's the same thing. Patriarch, right? Heraldry. No idea. No idea. Shield handler. Ooh, that's a Vendred card. Vendred Origin. Yeah. I have no idea what that's called. Link Party. Okay. Okay, we're getting a bunch of weird ones now. What is this? This is an aroma card. I have no idea what it's called, though. Angelica. Scepter. All right, we need a little bit of a miracle to make it to that's Demise. But the small one, Agent of Armageddon. Yeah. Get Synchron. No idea. Oh, Herald of the Abyss. That is a 6 Samurai card. Sanji. All right, 776. This seems cut off at the left side. Ooh. It is a little bit moved to the left. Okay. All right. Average. Average. Oh god. Oh, it's one of those days. Okay. It's a vanilla kind of day. Okay. We are looking for a vanilla that is not a dark from back in the day. Let's go with Wing Weaver. Okay, it is not a light either. It is a level 5 or a level 6. Level 5 or level 6, smaller than Wing Weaver, bigger than Rongo, not from 2002. Yeah, what about Frostosaurus? Okay, it is level 6. It is not Frostosaurus. It's level 6. It's Earth, Wind, or Fire. Earth, Wind, and Fire is funny. Oh god. Earth, Wind, Fire, level 5. Luster Dragon. Luster Dragon, level 2. Technically fits. No, it's not. It's not enough defense points. It's not Luster Dragon at level 2. Dude. There is one. This. Oh, wait. The Cerberus? Flame? Cerebrus. Oh, but that's 2002. It's 2002. It cannot be that. Dude! There's a Mantis card. 1400 defense. Doesn't work. Empress Mantis. Meteor Dragon. Meteor Dragon. Nice. Good call. Okay. Meteor Dragon. 2006. I had no idea this card was 2006. I thought this card was giga old. I think it is giga old in the OCG. Maybe we just got it a little late. Well, okay. All right. "19 years is giga old." Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. Let's do Matrix. Let's not talk about what's old and what's not. All right. It's not a good conversation for me to have. We are looking for counter trap, ritual spell, equip spell. Jesus Christ. A counter trap that mentions add or draw. A counter trap that mentions add or draw. Drastic drop off. Yeah, dude, that was, yeah, I mean, yeah, okay. A ritual spell that mentions add or draw. The first one that I'm thinking of is the ritual spell for Herald of Perfection, because Herald of Perfection adds back, like, the ritual spell adds back one of the materials, right? So you could, I think it says add. I don't think it says return. So, but what is it called? Something of the Herald. Dawn of the Herald, I think. Okay, it does apparently not say add. Okay, sure, cool. Every Necros one. Oh yeah, how, dude? Why am I thinking of the freaking Dawn of the Herald before a Necros one? Of course. Let's go with my favorite Necros one, which is Necros Cycle. 12%. Awesome. We're not doing well. An equip spell that mentions add or draw. Cursed Bamboo Sword. 13? Come on, dude. I thought everyone was going to say Durandal. Counter trap that mentions banish. Orcus Crescendo. But everyone is going to say Orcus Crescendo. What can I use that isn't Orcus Crescendo? Cyanide Conflict? I'm not going to use Cyanide Conflict out of principle. Debunk. Debunk is based. Debunk is an Unk answer. I like that. A ritual spell that mentions banish. Also all the Necros ones. Sure, let's go Necros Kaleidoscope. And then ritual spell that mentions graveyard or graveyard, we're going to go Necros Mirror. Perfect. I like that middle row. An equip spell that mentions Banish. Divine Sword Phoenix Blade is what I'm thinking of. But that has to be a common response. What about Mark of the Rose? Nice. A counter trap that mentions the graveyard. A counter trap that mentions the graveyard. Dragon's Mind, right? Hello. Yeah. 10%. Okay, I didn't think it was going to be that common. An equip spell that mentions the graveyard. Premature Burial. Premature Burial. What about Symbol of Heritage? That's probably less common. 2%. Okay, well, easy. It was an easy kind of day. Okay. All right, and with that, we are done with the warm-up, and we're gonna hop into today's stuff. We have a bunch of things to go over, of course. We have some new cards. We have a new Master Duel Forbidden and Limited list. We have a whole YCS to recap, and a whole bunch of other fun things. Now that everyone's hopefully assembled, let me quickly talk about the schedule for the week. Today, we're doing the things I just mentioned. Tomorrow, I have some locals gameplay. I went to locals yesterday with my deck from YCS Lille that I'm going to show you later today. So we're going to have a gameplay from locals yesterday using my exact list from YCS Lille at locals. I have that footage ready. I just need to get it sorted for tomorrow. And we're going to have a fun time tomorrow for that. I will upload my Genesys Dragon Ruler deck profile on the main channel later today as well. So anyone who saw that on the Konami stream, I was on a little feature match with Lampy that they posted between the rounds, and that deck list, or roughly that deck list, I'm gonna be showing off on the main channel later today. So you can go !YouTube if you want to check that out. How many Genesys events did you play on Sunday? I only entered one Genesys tournament, but I did play some more like fun games with people in Genesys format. Also, like in the Genesys tournament that I entered, of course, I told you guys on Twitter. It was funny because I entered, and the thing with the side events were that they still applied the old time rules, not the old time. They applied the new time rules, but they didn't give Top Cut infinite time in all the public events. I presume because that would have been maybe a logistical nightmare to have every single public event over the course of the weekend run with no timer. But there was that the only match that I think had no timer was the finals. If I remember correctly, I was told that the finals had no time, but the like top 8 and top 4 did. So what actually happened was I won in top 4. And then the other top 4 match, which was Paleo BA versus Eldritch. Paleo BA versus Eldritch was the other semifinals. So I was watching them play while I was waiting for who I was gonna have to play against in the finals. And let me tell you, they did not even get to game 3 in 50 minutes. They finished like game 2. It was 1-1 with like 10 seconds left. They were never going to. They were never going to finish the match in 50 minutes. That was never going to happen unless someone won 2-0, I guess. But they did get a double loss in the other top 4 match. So I got a bye in the finals. I did still ask one of them, like, do you want to play for fun? So I played against the Eldritch player with my Dragon Ruler deck, and I did win against them. So if they had been the one to make it to the finals, I would have beaten them in the finals, but it was still kind of funny. But yes, that was a fun experience. Genesys in general has been very fun. I don't know I don't know how it is for you guys at the moment, like how the situation has been since the initial announcement, if you've dabbled around in the format, but I thought it was good. I didn't think it was perfect yet. I do think there are some things in Genesys format that that are not properly balanced yet, because it is just the initial list, essentially. I mean, they posted like the first couple of changes already, but realistically, the format is going to need some more adjustments over time. But I mean, I'm fine with that, because they are saying like the updates are going to be very frequent, right? And so it's like, okay, of course people are going to find some engines that are maybe not costed properly, maybe a little bit too cheap, or some I think some decks are just like very, very strong, considering they cost 0 points. Like, for example, in my top 4 match at that Genesys tournament, I played against Exo Sisters, and Exo Sisters seemed incredibly strong to me, considering they're all 0 points. Like, it's like, it's weird, because the power level of Exo Sister is still so much lower than any other modern Yu-Gi-Oh deck. So it's like, I feel weird complaining about Exo Sisters. Do you know what I mean? Like, I feel like if something like Exo Sister or Red Dragon Archfiend or whatever is the kind of deck that you complain about in Genesys format, then I feel like Genesys format is not in that bad of a spot. You know what I mean? Like, if Exo Sister is the thing I'm worrying about, then it's like, kind of, you know, it's probably not that big of a problem. So yeah, I've been liking it. One thing I noticed, and this might be, I might be a little biased on this, because it was my first couple of games that I played with a friend at YCS Lille. I played 6 games against Ritual Beast in Genesys format, and don't get me wrong, the Ritual Beast engine completely fine in Genesys format, actually kind of fun. But I got shifted 5 times in 6 games, and that card felt more powerful than 10 points to me. Let me just tell you that much. I don't know. Like, here's the thing. Here's the funny thing, because I talked to that Ritual Beast player later on Sunday, and they said, yeah, Shifter wasn't actually that good for me in a lot of my Genesys public events, because some decks play a lot of, like, play slower. Like, if I play against Eldritch and I shifted them and they just set 5 or whatever, it's not that it was waiver. Of course it was waiver. If like some slower decks in the format don't care that much about shifter, then maybe it doesn't feel that great and people are going to drop it. However, I feel like there is like there's two sides to this equation, right? It's like, because it's not only your opponent's deck that dictates how fast the game is, right? It's like if one deck is Exo Sister or Ritual Beast, which is trying to do some pretty strong, like, or explosive combos, to be honest with you, then like your deck being slow doesn't really matter, because their deck is fast, right? Like, I was playing Paleo against Ritual Beast, and it's like, okay, under Shifter, my deck still doesn't properly function. So in theory, I'm fine waiting a turn, but they don't really give me a turn. So I have to use all of my interruptions, like, badly, essentially. Like, I have to use my Paleo traps, I have to use whatever, and they all get banished. Otherwise, I die, because their deck is fast, right? Like, Exo Sister can OTK, Ritual Beast can OTK. So I think it's weird. I think it's weird for Shifter to be only 10 points. I think Shifter could easily be a 33-point card, to the point where if you decide to be that guy and play Shifter, that's your non-engine. I think that's where I want Shifter to be. I don't think Shifter is broken enough to say like 50 points so you can't even play 3. I don't really think it's that broken in Genesys format. But like, I think if you decide to play Shifter at 3, I think like that's your points. That's your points, I think. That's where I stand on Shifter. Yeah. I don't know. Here's the thing. I don't think Shifter is crazy unfair in Genesys format, because yes, the format is slower, but I just think Shifter is crazy unfun. right? And I think that is somewhat the idea of Genesys format for me, is that like one of the main priorities is that we want to promote stuff that is fun. That's why some of the floodgates are 100 points, even though they probably wouldn't even see play at 30 points. Like there are some cards at 100 points that are just there because they're toxic, not because they would actually be powerful. There is some FTKs out there in modern Yu-Gi-Oh that never see play, like, or cards like yeah, Angel 07, cards like Archlord Christia. They rarely see play because they're not that good. They don't have that high of a win rate. They're not on there because of their power level. They're on there because no one wants to play against them. And I think Shifter is exactly that. It fits that description. I think Shifter wouldn't be that big of an issue in Genesys format. It would be a little bit of an issue, but like, who wants to play against Shifter? No one. So I think the card should have more points. Is how I feel. But yeah, anyways. That's just some rambling about my first couple of games and matches in Genesys format. Like I said, I have more to say on that format. We will also be doing content on the format. For the people wondering, I went to locals yesterday, and my locals are planning at the moment if enough people are interested, which it looks like people are interested from the first couple of people that were asked. My locals is looking to host Genesys format locals. I think every 2 weeks, starting next month, hopefully, is the plan, which I thought was awesome. Like I said, I would definitely attend Genesys locals. So there's a good chance that we're going to have Genesys footage on the stream to review starting next month as well. And completely independent of that is I'm also currently planning to make a stream happen where we play Genesys format, like remote duels with people to showcase their cool decks for Genesys format. I'm just gonna need some time because I do wanna prepare some decks for that. I don't want to be playing the same deck for the entire stream. I wanna mess around with some ideas that I've been having for Genesys format. So it'll take a few weeks probably until we do that, but I do want to do that as well. So yeah. Next month, November, or next month being October, the month we're in. I'm not sure. I was there yesterday, which I guess was the 1st of October, and they did say next month. So I don't know. I don't know if it takes this long to get approved for Genesys locals. I don't think so. So maybe we're talking this month. I'm not entirely. I'll clarify that with them for you guys, so I know what to expect. Have you seen the Genesys tier elements, Bruce? Not really. I haven't seen much. So I've only played against Ritual Beast so far. I played against Exosister. I played against Eldritch. I've seen people mess around with Odeon for sure. So I've seen some of the creativity, but not really like everything. But yeah. Thoughts on Fire King Jirak? It was, I mean, I was talking to Dinkabui about Fire King Jirak before YCS Lille. I don't know if you're referring to Genesys format or TCG, but I was considering playing the Fire King deck at YCS Lille. I decided for Yummy like a couple days before the event, but it was on the list of my options. I know it's good in Genesys too, but yeah. Anyways, let's get into some stuff for today's stream. Let's start in the beginning. We have some new cards, and then after we're done with those new cards, we're going to take a look at the new Master Duel Forbidden and Limited list, Keck W. New cards. Forbidden Crown. Burst Protocol is the set name of the it's basically the set that has the rocket support in it, and we are getting slowly but surely we're getting more and more announcements out of that set. And here is a new Forbidden card, which we know have some potential. So let's see what this card does. Forbidden Crown is a quick play spell that says you can only activate one card with this card's name per turn. Neither player can activate monster effects in response to this card's activation. Okay, promising start. Apply these effects to one face-up monster on the field until the end of this turn. Its effects are negated. It cannot attack. It cannot be destroyed by battle or card effects. It is unaffected by other cards' activated effects except its own. It cannot be tributed. It cannot be used as material for a fusion, synchro, exceeds, or link summon. Okay. So that's an interesting one. So I mean, when I'm thinking of, this is obviously meant to be a board breaker, right? It's a quick play spell. It's a quick play spell that you're meant to use as like a board breaker kind of utility card. It's a lot to digest. So basically, the monster becomes completely unusable for the turn, but it also becomes completely unremovable from the board, except by like evenly matched or the Ruma Karma Cannon. But it's a board breaker that's like better going first than going second, right? Because this is like, I'm thinking about it, like when I'm going second, this feels like a worse version of Forbidden Droplet. It doesn't target, which I think is also really powerful. But like it's going second, it's like a slightly worse version of Forbidden Droplet because you cannot apply it to multiple monsters. And also the monster you negate with it also probably means that you won't be able to like win the game this turn, right? Like let's say you target your opponent's Herald of the Arclight with this against Yummy. The Herald of the Arclight is just going to sit there in defense position and you just cannot out it anymore, right? It becomes a towers for the turn. And then you have to pass, and then on your opponent's turn, they have access to the Herald of the Arclight again, right? They will get access to that monster again on their turn, as opposed to something like Forbidden Droplet, where you can just negate it and then just attack over it, or even win the game on that turn, right? In theory, you can still win the game when you activate this card if you just target a monster in attack position that isn't that big. Right, you just make like if you can make it makes up for some very interesting like situations as well, where let's say you target a freaking Yummy Snatchy with this, which has 600 attack and sits there in attack mode. It could actually open up a win condition for you where you just go and run into one monster a bunch of times. IP Masquerena, yeah, like you use this on IP Masquerena, go battle phase and just go to town on an 800 attack monster. So like the fact that it cannot be destroyed by battle might actually sometimes be a bonus, right? It might actually sometimes be a bonus. So that's good, I think. The only thing is like compared to like a Dark Ruler or a Forbidden Droplet, you cannot negate the entire board, right? Like you're just negating one monster, but I'm gonna be honest with you, I think that's still powerful enough because it's very hard to stop this. Yeah. The utility of this card is outstanding though, because that's always something that I'm looking for when I'm looking at like those board breakers. Is I really like when I can main deck those cards because they have use cases going first and going second. Because of course you can use a card like Dark Ruler No More in your main deck. It's been done before. It's often even correct, but it doesn't feel good when you draw that card going first, right? And so this card is 100% main deckable because it's a quick play spell. And I'm gonna be honest with you, this card might even get better when you're going first. Like when I go first with this deck, with this card, it seems like a very strong card to set because when your opponent starts playing, just completely disabling one of their monsters, like not just negate the effect like Imperm or something, right? Like you're actually making them completely unable to use that card. The only thing that I can think of that actually like sends a monster to the graveyard that's affected by this is like they can drop it away, right? They can drop it away, but that's basically it. But other than that, this is a really, really powerful going first tool that also helps you break boards going second. So I think this card is actually, the more I'm thinking about it, the better it gets. And I quite like it. I mean, you can even use it as a way to like not die, right? Like if you see that your opponent has like everything, right? Like, or let's say your opponent starts their turn off with a lightning storm to pop your back row, right? And instead of this being like an imperm or a droplet that just dies to the lightning storm, you can say, okay, I will use Forbidden Crown on some random defense position monster that you have. And now that monster is at towers and unaffected and like sits there in defense mode, and your opponent just cannot win the game over it. Which is interesting, right? Like that's cool. I like it because it feels very strong, but at the same time, like weirdly balanced. Like all the things I'm saying are like, yeah, this card's good, but I don't think it's like insane. I like it. I think this is exactly the type of card that like makes for interesting Yu-Gi-Oh games, because it's not like Dark Ruler where you just activate it sometimes and that's like, okay, your whole board is negated. Like Dark Ruler no more isn't like versatile like that. Dark Ruler is just like in some situations against certain decks, like you just activate the card and you win the game because you negate all of the cards on their board. Whereas there's a lot more nuance to this card, which I think is cool. The survival aspect is also good going second by using it turn 3 against the follow-up. I mean, yeah, that's something that applies in general. Like there are some Yu-Gi-Oh games where you have a better grind game than your opponent. And if you ever identify a spot like that where you're like, okay, if I can just live the next turn, I can outgrind, then you could potentially save up this card to make that happen on your opponent's next turn, right? Like you just put up a defense position monster, hold all your follow-up. Like if you get debarriered, if you get like any drolled, any lingering floodgate that are sadly still around in the TCG, and you're like, all right, well, I'm just gonna like have a monster in defense position, pass turn, apply Forbidden Crown to it. You can do whatever you want, but like I can actually play the game next turn, which I think is cool, right? Like it's a lot of versatility for just one card, right? This card destroys Sky Striker. If you apply it to Array, that's pretty tough, yeah. Sky Striker does have ways around it because the way this card is worded, it says neither player can activate monster effects in response to this card's activation, which means you can still respond with a spell or a trap. So it's like, while they have Ray, none of the Sky Striker quick plays can be activated, but if they have any other quick play, they can then chain the Ray after. So it's not as bad. Also, like the thing is, they can still, here's the thing, yes, their Array is stuck on the field now, but they can pass turn and then like they can set the Widow Anchors and stuff like that and then tag out on your turn, and then they have an open main monster zone again. So like I don't think it's like auto win. Yeah. They just lock your EMZ. If you wait against Sky Striker until they put something in the EMZ, then they can't chain linkage to it, right? I don't know. I think I think everyone understands the potential that I'm trying to portray with this card right now. I think this is a very powerful card. I think this is going to see play. But what I like about it is that it's more like it is more like a one-on-one interaction type card rather than a Dark Ruler or whatever. I find cards like Dark Ruler that attempt to basically answer everything your opponent did at once. I find that kind of boring. I don't know. I have no problem with Dark Ruler in terms of its power level. I think it's a warranted card. I just don't think it's interesting. Whereas this card really gets me thinking. Like with this card, you also have to think how to use it. I guess that's the aspect that I like, because Dark Ruler is not that hard to use. You just like slap it when you're going second. And this one is a little more, because you can just use it like a Forbidden Chalice, basically. You can use it as negate one monster effect on my opponent's turn that I really care about right now. Like negate that IP Masquerena, negate that whatever, Herald of the Arclight, just because that's what I care about. But there's so many more things you can do. You can even use it sometimes as a way to think about that. You can negate, you can save one of your monsters from a Nibiru, for example. Like you can when you get nibbed on a very crucial boss monster, you can make that boss monster unaffected. Like, yes, it's negated for the rest of the turn and it can't attack. So like you're just saving it for your opponent's turn, but you can do that, right? Like, I like that. Interesting card. I can already guess the rarity for you in the TCG. It's probably going to be a secret in Burst Protocol. Probably going to be a chase card. But a very promising quick play. All right. Next up, also from Burst Protocol, we have Threat Armed Dragon, which I am particularly interested in because I just played some Armed Dragon Thunder monsters in my Dragon Ruler decks in Genesys format. Which, if this card is good, it could make the cut in that deck. I don't know if the Armed Dragon stuff is good enough for actual Yu-Gi-Oh, but I did like, I keep calling it actual Yu-Gi-Oh, which is like Genesys is also actual Yu-Gi-Oh, but I don't think this has a chance in the TCG, let's say it like that. But I do think there's a chance in Genesys, unless it's completely broken. Well, let's see. Threat Armed Dragon, Dragon effect, wind level 5. You can only use the first and second effect once per turn. If this card is in your grave, you can target a dragon monster you control, destroy it, and if you do, special summon this card. Okay. You can discard one card, then target a monster on the field with 2400 or less attack, destroy it. Then, if you controlled it, you can special a dragon from your hand or deck that is 2 original levels higher. Okay, so the idea is, you know what? That's not bad. I'm thinking of it exclusively through the lens of my Genesys Dragon Ruler deck right now, and I think I would include this in there as a one of. Because what I can do is I can discard it for like a baby ruler. It's in the graveyard now, and then I can discard a card, and then I can pop a dragon to bring it back, which is neutral in card advantage. And then I can discard a card, which if I discard one of the Armed Dragon Thunder monsters, that is technically free. Then I can destroy itself, and then because I've popped a level 5, I can summon a level 7 from my deck, which means I can basically get any Dragon Ruler that I'm missing. Like if I'm missing Tidal, I can get Tidal. If I'm missing Redox, I can get Redox. So I like that. There's probably other uses for this card. That was just the first thing that I was thinking of. Which also, all of the things I just said sound terrible in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, but they seem okay in Genesys. Let me tell you, I would try this in Genesys format. Which, you know what? That is one of the things that I like about Genesys, is because, like, if it wasn't for Genesys, I would probably be looking at this card right now, and I would tell you, like, yeah, I don't really see this being good enough. Because for modern standards, this card is just okay. It doesn't do anything crazy in modern Yu-Gi-Oh. But with Genesys format being around, I can honestly tell you, yeah, I have a use case for this card. I can see myself using this card in Genesys, and so I'm happy it exists, which is cool. I think that's a cool thing. And now, of course, maybe there's a use for this in other decks as well. Like, this is not exclusively a Dragon Ruler card. I'm just like more familiar with Dragon Ruler, so that's where my mind went first. You know, some people saying like this might have applications in the new like Rocket Dragon Link type decks that they made. Maybe, I'm not sure about that. It doesn't seem like a good enough card in those even in those kind of decks. in modern Yu-Gi-Oh, because it just isn't that good of a card. Like, this is going to be like a brick in your hand. It does nothing. It's a level 5. You're gonna have to find a way to discard it. Then you have to discard another card, and then it can float into another dragon that's 2 levels higher. Like, I just don't see that happening in modern Yu-Gi-Oh. But Genesys format gives this card a home, I think. Which is awesome. I like that. I'm happy about that. I'm actually excited to try it because it doesn't seem bad in Dragon Rulers. So yeah, that's cool. And I think that's all the new cards we had. There wasn't actually that many announcements over the course of the last week. We do get, hopefully we get more Burst Protocol stuff moving forward. One thing they did announce is the new main set after Burst Protocol's name is Blazing Dominion. Blazing Dominion is the new core set's name in the OCG, which is going to release in January. So that is in 3 months. Which we have nothing so far except for the name. So give me your guesses on what the name means, because they do tend to include some hints in the name of the set. For example, Burst Protocol featured a lot of like rocket support. You know, Burst Protocol makes sense. And Doom of Dimensions, DDD support. So like Blazing Dominion, what does this mean? Is it the Year of the Fire again? Blazing Dominion, King equals Jack Atlas 100%. You think there's more Red Dragon Archfiend support? But Red Dragon Archfiend got a structure deck not so long ago. Is it really time for Red Dragon Archfiend support again? Is it time for Red Eyes to be a meta deck in Blazing Dominion? I don't know. Snake Eyes support, finally. That was 2 years ago. Yeah, but like 2 years, if you think about decks receiving legacy support, 2 years is really not that long. Like, there's archetypes out there that have waited far longer than 2 years before they got their support. More Dominus traps? Oh, you think because Dominion sounds kind of similar to Dominus, they're making more Dominus in there? Sure. Volcanic support? Yeah, but Volcanic also, that's the weird part right now. Like, I'm thinking, are we really going into a fire direction again? We just got so much fire support in 2024. And I don't want 2024 again. Please, anything but 2024. Don't go there. Don't do 2024 again, please. I guess we'll wait and see. We will find out soon enough, hopefully. First, we got Burst Protocol, but yeah. Master Duel 2025 then? I mean, Master Duel 2025 is just basically a worse version of TCG 2024, so yes. Speaking of Master Duel, Master Duel has been saved, y'all, from the Malice format. there's a Forbidden Limited list that we can look at. Now, I'm not going to pretend like I haven't seen this, because it was everywhere yesterday. So I am familiar with these. This is not a blind reaction, but I still want to talk about it real quickly, because of course you guys know I haven't been playing a whole lot of Master Duel recently on stream, simply because I just don't enjoy the game as much as I enjoy the TCG at the moment, and also Genesys format. So there are just other things that bring me more joy than Master Duel, but I'm always interested in seeing what's going on over there, because if they ever do turn things around and the format becomes good again, then I'm obviously happy to play again, because I do like Master Duel in its core. I just don't agree with some of their decisions and some of their philosophy. So let's talk about whether that has changed now. All right, cards to be unlimited. Raigeki from 2 to 3, pretty much irrelevant. I guess it is irrelevant's not the right word. Relevant change for board breaker decks, which I guess there is Gem Knights and maybe some Tenpais still, which is also crazy. That deck's still around somewhat. But it's not gonna fundamentally change the issues of Master Duel. It's not gonna make Master Duel like playable. And neither will Nightmare Throne from 2 to 3. I'm telling you one thing, if there's one thing that's not gonna get me to start playing Master Duel again, it's buffing Yubel. Who asked for that? Blue Eyes is fine though. Blue Eyes can this was a kind of crazy hit to begin with, I suppose. Sage to 2 was kind of weird because Blue Eyes was always like, I mean, it was a good deck for a period of time before Malice came out. Like it was a strong deck. So fine. This is a reversion that I'm okay with. Sage from 2 to 3 is fair. Yeah, more Yubel and yeah, cool. Yes, awesome. Thick. Yeah, no, that's not it. Pearly Delicious Memory from 1 to 3 is good. Didn't deserve to be at 1, I think. At least not for this long. But honestly, there was no unlimit they could have done that would have impacted the format. Like, what matters here is the hits. So let's take a look at the hits. Dormouse from 3 to 1. Bare minimum. That needed to happen, of course. Probably should have released at 1. I'm gonna be honest with you. The nice thing here is that they did hit an ultra rare, so you can get your ultra rare crafting points back from this, which is nice. To be fair though, they really had no choice with Malice but to hit ultra rares because they made them all ultra rares. So Dormouse from 3 to 1, sure. Gold Sarcophagus from 2 to 1 should have never gone to 2. And Malice in Underground from 3 to 1. This might look like a whole lot of good changes, which, don't get me wrong, these are necessary changes. These are necessary changes for Malice. So for now, this is nice because this is a decent chunk of ultra rares that you can get back the crafting points for, and these are all necessary hits for Malice. However, this is it. There's only one more change on here, and that is Baguska from 3 to 0, which once again, don't get me wrong, this is a good change. Baguska ban is a good change. Baguska is a very toxic card in Ryzeal. And so Baguska going from 3 to 0 is cool, especially because Baguska is not only a toxic card in Ryzeal, but it is also a relatively toxic card in general. So Baguska being at 0 is going to positively impact the health of the game in the long run as well. Like even after Ryzeal is gone, other rank 4 strategies have no way to floodgate you with Baguska, which is good. So that is a good hit in general. The problem is that this is everything. And while all of these changes are good, this, in my opinion, this just cannot be it. I think there are times in Master Duel where it's okay to release a ban list with 4 changes, because let's be real here, this is 4 changes. Everything down here is basically irrelevant. I don't like Yubel, but the 3rd Throne, the 3rd Beast, and the 3rd Opening are not going to get people to really play Yubel, or for Yubel to actually be better than other decks. Like, it's whatever. I'm not happy about buffing Yubel, but I also don't think it's a problem for now. But realistically, this list has 4 changes on it. In a format where Ryzeal and Malice are dominating to a point where, like, literally, I think the only deck that's even competing with it in some way, shape, or form is Gem Knights. But it's, I don't know, man. I like this for someone who hasn't played the TCG. 1 Dormouse, 1 Sarcophagus, 1 Underground might seem like a big deal. But in reality, Malice is functioning under those restrictions in both the TCG and OCG for a pretty long time now. Like, the TCG now has 1 Dormouse, and Malice is still doing okay. There were people playing Malice at YCS Lille and I think topping with it. The Dormouse is at 1 in the OCG. People are playing Malice over there, and it's fine. The problem is that Malice in Master Duel has Appaloosa, Link Decoder, and Splash Mage, all of which are banned in the TCG. And Malice, think about this. Malice is still performing in the TCG without those cards. And in Master Duel, there's still Decoder, there's still Splash Mage, there's still Appaloosa. So, you know, and that doesn't even get me started on how Max C is still legal in Master Duel, and how like every single ban list, that is a point of like that is another disappointment to me, how the card isn't being addressed. But like I'm kind of tired of that argument at this point. Like, you know, like I refuse to be happy with the Master Duel format while Max C is a thing, especially in a format like the current one where Malice and Ryzeal are a thing, and both of those decks basically require your opponent to have Max C when they go first, otherwise they just win. So no, this is not enough. Short and simple. No, it's not enough. It's not enough for Malice, it's not enough for Ryzeal, and it's also not enough for the general health of the game. You know, cards like Max C are a problem. Cards like Called By and Talons make going first way too toxic. Ryzeal without Baguska is healthier, but not healthy at all, because now it's just gonna, people are either gonna Protoss you. People can still hand loop you with Ouroboros for 3 once we get freaking Eclipse Twin, which is still not out, but eventually it will be. So once Eclipse Twin is out, you can literally hand loop people for 3 with Evil Swarm Ouroboros. You can do 4. How do you do the 4th one? How does Heraldic do 3 right now? Heraldic does Ouroboros, revives it with plugin, and how do you just play 2 Ouroboros? Because you can do that many rank 4s? Or where does oh, they have a Heraldic that copies the effect. Oh, that's awesome. Anyways, yeah. As well as Artifact Mjolnir, which is a thing. I think that's what the Gem Knight decks are doing. So just in case you're wondering, like, oh, if Gem Knight is able to compete with Ryzeal and Malice, isn't that a good thing? Yeah, Gem Knight also locks people out of the game with Mjolnir. So look, this is not the worst Master Duel ban list ever. But I think if you put it into perspective, like if you put it in relation to how messed up the Master Duel format was, at least in my opinion, I think this is barely anything. Like it's yeah, no, it's good changes, but it's just not even close to enough of them. Like a Master Duel ban list that would satisfy me and would make the game like attractive for me again would have to consist of like at least 10 plus cards going onto the list. You know, like it's a better ban list than usual for Master Duel, but it's still pretty ass considering the state that the game is in right now, which is sad. Yeah, like this does not make me want to play Master Duel again in the slightest. Yeah, unfortunately. And that's all I have for this. Like, of course, it's an interesting question now. Like, is Malice still the best deck because the consistency is impacted a little bit? You know, you can now better hand trap the deck with fair hand traps sometimes, you know, because they don't always open Dormouse, Underground, Gold Sarcophagus. This is their best starter and some of their best extenders, yes. But the deck is still very consistent and probably still, you know, like whenever they draw one of those cards, which still in total they still have 3 of these. So they're still going to open them relatively consistently, and then they have a lot of other good starters. They have the Ignister cards, so yeah, Malice is probably still the best deck. But there's still some interesting developments. I'm still somewhat interested. I'm still gonna keep up with Master Duel on the side, basically. Like I'm still gonna have like Challenger Cups and stuff to just follow what's going on a little bit. Maybe I'll do my dailies every once in a while, but this does not get me back into like creating content for Master Duel and really wanting to compete myself. Not at all. Not in the slightest. It needs more than that. Are we gonna have a new pack stream? So I like I said, I'm gonna keep up with what's happening in Master Duel, and if they release like an interesting deck, I might do. I'm probably gonna do a stream, just to play that. Like for example, if they release Mitsurugi, like in the next pack, yeah, I'm gonna log in and play a day of Mitsurugi and see what's going on with that deck, because I like that deck. So I'll just see how it's going over there. I'm probably not going to play for a long time, because I'm probably going to realize after a while, yeah, like my deck is fun, but what I'm playing against isn't. So I'll play it on release day and then probably log off again, and then realize I could also be playing Mitsurugi in the TCG, where I'm also playing against other cool decks, which is an option for me, right? So, but yeah, I'm gonna keep up with it. Like if a new pack releases and there's interesting stuff in it, I'm gonna check it out. But you know, that's basically all I'm willing to do at the moment. And I think it's I thought it was funny. I thought it was very funny because I've been fighting this fight for a long time. You know, I've been complaining about Master Duel here and there. And then eventually just decided it was best for me to focus on other things if this is not making me happy. But I thought it was funny, since I've made that decision. I felt like there have been some other people who've kind of like realized the same thing. You know, like I feel like the frustration has been building up, and like the Master Duel format defenders are falling one after the other, slowly but surely. And with this ban list, we got someone who I thought we were never going to get, which is yugioh YCS, one of the biggest defenders of Master Duel. Always, you know, yugioh has always been fighting the fight for Master Duel. Like he even, like, he's always like, oh, I'm out here, I'm enjoying the format, I enjoy the Duelist Cup formats, it's actually so exciting. Like yugioh has been like Master Duel's strongest soldier for a long time. Because genuinely, just, I believe, for the love of the game. Like, I believe he's been defending Master Duel because he loved it so much, because of all the things that it's been giving to him. But yesterday we lost Master Duel's biggest defender with this Forbidden Limited list. So I thought that was I thought that was kind of funny. So he said, as Master Duel's biggest defender, I have to say this: fuck you, have a terrible day, eat shit. Not hitting Appaloosa is absolutely absurd. One of the worst decisions of all time. Where's Mjolnir? Card is literally an FTK enabler, and it's a rare. What's the excuse there? Oh man. Yeah, no, even the people that are willing to put up with Max C, Called by the Grave, and 3 copies of Talents and stuff like that, crashed out over this Forbidden and Limited list. I just don't think it was appropriate for the state that the game is in right now. Like, I'm gonna be honest with you, this ban list, in a world where Appaloosa and Max C are banned already, I'm gonna be honest with you, it's probably okay. It's probably okay. You know, like, it doesn't address every problem in the format, but like, you know, like, all right, sure. But like making decent hits while ignoring the biggest problems in the game is crazy. It is straight up crazy. Yeah. I don't know. I personally, the way I feel about the situation is that it's essentially it's validating my decision from a couple of weeks ago to focus on TCG, simply because I found myself enjoying that a lot more than Master Duel. Even though, if you look at the numbers for my Twitch stream, for example, it is smaller now. it's still, and look, I'm not complaining because we're still a lot of people here. We have 1,400 people watching right now, so I'm happy and grateful for that. But it's smaller than before. With Master Duel, I used to hit like consistent like 2,000. But I'm just having a better time, you know. Like I enjoy myself more, and that sometimes is what matters more. So I was scared of making that decision, but I just like what I'm doing more now than what I did before, and so that is essentially how I feel. And I am glad to see that other people are starting to feel the same way about Master Duel, because like I'm glad I'm not the only one who feels like this. You know, it feels good that like there's other people out there who used to defend Master Duel a lot, who are slowly starting to realize that, hey, the way this game is being handled is not optimal. Let's say it like that. You know, let's say my idea of what good Yu-Gi-Oh is, I'm not alone with that. You know, like I'm not alone with how I feel about, at least on the competitive perspective. You know, like I think Master Duel is completely fine on any sort of casual level. Like if you decide to just play Master Duel, play your pet deck in one of the lower ranks, it's no problem whatsoever. You're not going to face as much malice, or like if you're not trying to optimize for competitive, like it's probably okay. But like from actual like high quality Yu-Gi-Oh competitive perspective, the format is just worse than it could be, for sure, and worse than the TCG, most importantly, which I think is sad, because the TCG is like, it's awesome, but it also has, like, Master Duel had so many advantages over the Master Duel had a lot of advantages over the TCG. You know, affordability. You don't have to travel. You don't have to pay for travel. The cards are cheaper. The game is legitimately relatively free to play friendly, and all that. So like, it's a shame that I can't enjoy that format. I would love to. I would love to play Master Duel more, because I think the client itself is awesome. The game itself is awesome. The potential is there. The whole Challenger Cup system is awesome. If only the format wasn't mishandled like this. But I feel like I'm repeating myself at this point. You know how I'm feeling. You get what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying. Can we address that Triff won his third YCS? Yes, we are going to go into the TCG weekend recap now. We basically have 2 full YCSs to recap. I have my own deck here that I'm going to show you that I played at YCS still. I have my own set of stuff I want to talk about, because I learned a couple of things at the YCS that I want to talk about, mainly mentality-wise and stuff like that. But then, yes, we are also going to take a look at the results from, I think it was YCS Lima that happened at the same time as YCS Lille. So we are going to take a look at some of those things that are doing well in the TCG right now. Let me just quickly bring up YGO Pro deck, and then we have YCS Lille and we have YCS Lima. Okay. Let us begin with some TCG recaps. All right, so 2 YCSs happened over the course of the weekend, YCS Lille and YCS Lima. Let's start with the smaller of the 2. YCS Lima, I believe, had around 500 duelists, which I don't know if that's big or small relative to other YCSs in Peru, but seems a decent turnout, which has been won by Triff. Again, second YCS win with Yummy. This time around with a pretty crazy brew of 60 card Mitsurugi Pendulum Yummy, which I thought was crazy when I heard about it. I wasn't able to really follow the exact, like, I mean, the tournaments are hard to follow because there is no stream, unfortunately. But also on top of that, I was at YCS Lille, so I was kind of busy over the course of the weekend. But yeah, this list looks crazy to me. The first thing that I'm going to do now is I'm going to have to read this Duel package to try and understand what it does. Because, of course, I mean, this is a Yami Mitsurugi deck, which is not something that I am unfamiliar with. Yami Mitsurugi is a relatively normal deck, like in, you know, but like making it 60 cards and adding Duel cards to it is kind of crazy. So we are playing one copy of Poisonnière de Duel, which is a level 1, and I think that's what the Duel stuff is for, at least from what I've heard, is like it bridges into Yami somehow, because they're level 1 monsters and we play Linkaribo. So if we can get 2 level 1 monsters onto the board, that is Yami combo. So I just want to try and understand what we're working with here. So Poisonnière de Duel is if you control a ritual, you can target a monster on the field, special discard, then change that monster's battle position. If this card is normal or special, add a level 1 ritual or a recipe card from your deck to your hand. Banish any number of recipe cards from your grave, special a ritual monster from your hand with equal level, equal to advantage. Okay, so let's get all of them in there. I know Magician Souls and Illusion of Chaos. Angry Burger. This card is always treated as Hungry Burger. Ritual summon this card with a recipe card. Monsters your opponent controls that can attack must attack this card. You can only use each effect once per turn. Reveal this card in your hand. Add a Duel monster from your deck to your hand. And if you do, shuffle this card into the deck. Quick effect, you contribute an attack position monster on either field. And if you do, special a Hungry Burger with 2000 attack from your hand to deck. I would guess that you never summon this. You just use it in hand to search for the Poisonnière. Like it's kind of like an Illusion of Chaos for this that you can also search with prep. Maybe you can also search it with pre-prep. I'm not sure if it's mentioned. If we play a ritual spell for this? No. There's no ritual spell for the Duel. So this is just 2 Duel cards. Okay, Miracle Raven, however. Once per turn during your main phase, you can ritual summon this card by attributing a monster from your hand or field whose total level equals or exceed 1. You can ritual summon this card with Miracle Raven. This ritual summon card is unaffected. If you ritual summon exactly 1 ritual monster with a card effect that corresponds to the monster, this can be used the entire tribute. If this card's tributed for a ritual summon, you can add a ritual monster from your deck to your hand. Diviner of the Herald, I know. Okay, so Herald can special the Pendulum out. It is a level 1 fairy. And how do I tribute Diviner? Because there's no Trias. Do I go Diviner, send Herald, search Miracle Raven, or Habakiri? Oh! Now it makes sense. Okay. Okay. So the ideal line is Diviner, send Herald, search Habakiri, activate Habakiri, summon Saji, tribute Diviner, activate Saji, activate Diviner, Saji searches your Mitsurugi ritual, Diviner special summons out the Duel. This card is now special summon, so you can add a level 1 ritual monster. So you add Miracle Raven. And then you can use Miracle Raven to ritual summon itself by tributing the Saji. Right? And then you have 2 level 1s on the board. You tribute the Pendulum? Oh, you don't even have to tribute the thingy. If this card is tributed, you can play... Ah, it summons itself anyways. Ah, okay, so you keep the Saji as well. You keep the Saji because this is a free tribute. So you tribute this for Miracle Raven, and then your board is Miracle Raven, this one, and Saji, which is full Yummy combo. with a free body next to it. And then you also have Abakiri and Ritual in hand. Okay. And if you start, and this is a known synergy, but if you start with the Yummy portion of the combo, one line, I'm familiar with this line because it's been used in Yummy Mitsurugi already. Like if you start with Yummy, what you can do is you can go Herald of the Arclight, and then you can link off the Herald of the Arclight, search Habakiri, and then you might think that's a problem because Herald of the Arclight is limited, but this card actually lets you shuffle back Herald of the Arclight from the graveyard, because Shamisen Samsara Sorokat is a level 3 synchro tuner that says if it's in your grave, you can target another synchro in your grave, return it to the extra deck, and bring it back. So this is something that recycles the one of Herald if it's in your graveyard. So you don't actually lose the Herald of the Arclight if you synchro it off in Yummy and then search for Habakiri. This is a synergy that even Yummy Mitsurugi has been using. But this is basically taking it one step further because we're adding the Nouvelle stuff into it, which is an interesting... It's a small addition, but it seems pretty potent. Yeah. Here's a combo from Trip with the new card. Yeah, we can take a look at... Honestly, I feel like I'm starting to get the idea, but we can also listen to it from Trip himself. Because this is probably something where there's a lot of hidden synergies and stuff like that. So let's take a quick look.
Hey guys, here at Carlancho store and fresh off numero 3. And I'm ready for numero 4. And in this video, I'm going to show you guys properly how to combo with the Nouvelle cards. Because I know for sure you guys don't know how. It's a little bit intricate, and there's a pendulum summon combo I want to show you guys. So I'm going to show you guys how to combo with the deck right now. Before we do though, make sure to get your Marshmallow deck boxes down in the description below because they're almost sold out already just after one night of posting it. So make sure to get that. The Copsy deck boxes are also available. And lastly, I'm actually going to be doing a last second Yummy Mitsurugi Nouvelle Masterclass on Thursday before Anaheim. This Thursday. It is, you have a few days to sign up. It'll be down below. It's any of these, which I'm sure what the kind of confusion is of the deck. How do these bridge to actual combo? Within doing these, I'll show how Yummy or Mitsu bridge into each other 100% of the time. And the Miracle Ravens and these. So there's a combo with all of these included, and you cannot adjust your...
My question is any of... Because none of this seems like it's an actual brick, which I think that's what would make it a pretty good, like a really good idea, is if none of these are hard bricks. Because, like, does the Pendulum Monster on its own, like, full combo? Raven alone is just a level 1 extender that requires you to tribute something. So like one Raven alone can't be that powerful, but like it's as long as it's not like a dead card, that's already something that's valuable.
My list is so perfect. I'm not adjusting a single thing. It's pure perfection. There's one minor thing I'm doing, but I'll explain in the class.
Which does make me wonder why the Miracle Raven is a 2 of, if it's actually the one that's just a potential extender.
Anyways, so I'm going to show you guys right now what one Diviner the Herald does, or one prep. So for example, Preparation of Rites would be searching, if you don't have Yummy combo, it searches Angry Burger, which searches Nouvelle, and Nouvelle does the whole combo on its own, but by showing you Diviner, it shows what everything does. But also don't forget the second effect of this, where it searches a spell from your grave, which is crazy. But anyways, so I'm going to show you guys now what one Ritual or one Diviner does. Bear with me as I'm kind of like showing it from an angle for you guys. So let's say you normal summon Diviner of the Herald, okay? You normal summon Diviner of the Herald. If your opponent hand traps, like they kind of have to hand trap this, because if they don't hand trap the Diviner, everyone knows Diviner resolving full combo, no shit. So, but if they don't hand trap it, you have 20 plus ways to tribute the Diviner.
Yeah, that's a really powerful thing with Diviner. Like the Diviner offering a tribute outlet after, like, it's basically, those are the most powerful normal summons in Yu-Gi-Oh these days, are the ones that even if they get Veilered or Impermed or whatever, they have further value.
So it's, or if you really want, you can play Almirage and just summon a Cupsy, but that's not going to really happen. You allow them to hand trap this, then you just tribute it anyways with Habakiri or Miracle Raven or Preparation of Rites. You have literally 20 ways to do it. So let's say they let this resolve. So you send the Herald to the grave, but it's irrelevant because you play some Samsara, you're gonna get it back anyways. So now the Herald will trigger, searching whatever you need. So in this situation, if you have no card in hand, you would search Habakiri obviously. But because you have like infinite ways to Habakiri, typically there's a 2-card combo, or let's just, for this argument's sake here, let's say you have these in hand. You will then, instead of searching this, you would search Miracle Raven, or you'll search Illusion Souls, where in this deck, this draws 2 every time. I want to show you guys the 1-card combo Herald first, but just remember, it all bridges together so damn well. So you're going to use this to search for Habakiri. Then, you'll use Habakiri. Special summoning Saji, but instead of tributing the Saji, you're going to tribute the Diviner.
Yeah.
Now, going Chain Link 1, Chain Link 2, searching your Mitsurugi Ritual.
I hate Mitsurugi, man. Mitsurugi Habakiri should have locked you to reptiles. I think that's where I stand on it. Like whenever I play against pure Mitsu, I'm like, damn, this deck's cool. Or whenever I play Mitsurugi myself. But then whenever like, it's just another lesson in modern Yu-Gi-Oh of like engine splashability and compatibility, right? Like decks, it really feels like they design decks to be fair when they're played on their own, like the way they intended them to be played, basically. Like if someone plays pure Mitsurugi, the deck is fine. Sometimes they even make those decks too powerful. That's a different question. But like I feel like from their perspective, they're always designing decks to be played the way they intend them to be played, right? But then the shit goes down when they just don't make proper restrictions, and then the deck all of a sudden becomes very splashable and synergistic with other things. Which on the one hand, don't get me wrong, discovering those synergies like this stuff is cool. All right, discovering this kind of stuff is cool and impressive. But balancing wise, I think that's when it all falls apart. Is when like a deck that is balanced when it's played pure, all of a sudden, like its end board gets combined with a different end board, and all of a sudden, people are building a Mitsurugi end board and a Yami end board at the same time because they're synergistic engines, which is crazy because one of them is supposed to be like a level 1 Synchro 2 strategy, and the other one is ritual based, and all of a sudden they fit together. And while the pure Mitsurugi end board is fine and the pure Yami end board is fine, and both of them are actually beatable and breakable, if you put them both together, then all of a sudden it's not okay anymore. And that is something that I feel like just needs to be handled better. Like it keeps happening because they don't put proper restrictions. Like what was so hard about saying you can only summon reptiles for the rest of the turn on a broken ass 1-card starter in Mitsu?
Like the amount of pressure this applies is crazy. Searching a Mitsurugi Ritual.
Like, I know it's too late now for Mitsurugi. They're not gonna errata freaking Habakiri to say this. It's just another lesson that like I hope they sometime, like at some point, I hope they understand that this is what's causing problems.
Well, and then this will trigger specialing your Nouvelle.
Yes, I agree. In an ideal world, they would just errata a Habakiri once something like this is discovered, right? Like if once something like Mitsurugi Raziel starts popping off and making basically the board that pure Mitsu would make plus the board that pure Raziel would make, you would hope that they realize like, oh, that shouldn't have happened. Let's just put an errata on the Mitsurugi cards, or on Habakiri or whatever, or on Mitsurugi Ritual, and then we're good, right? Yeah.
Because Nouvelle
Anyways.
is a fairy. So then Nouvelle will trigger to search your Miracle Raven. You don't even need to play it to Nibiru, you just save these. Scale the Miracle Raven, use it to ritual by sending the Nouvelle. The Nouvelle has a secret effect. When it's tributed, it goes in the scale. And then there's another secret effect. when you have a ritual in the field, you could special it to the field. So, from one free diviner, you got one diviner.
That is crazy.
2 cards in your hand and 3 on the field. You turn one of them into a Link Karibo. Any random Link 1.
If your peak deck building is combining deck cores to FTK the opponent, then that isn't very peak. I think that's where you gotta admit that this is impressive stuff. I think this is like mentally, this is a pretty impressive achievement. Gameplay wise, this is not healthy, right? One diviner should not lead to a full yummy end board, including a Herald Omni Negate, and then you just do the full Mitsu combo after. Like it's impressive, but it should not be possible. I also don't think like making proper restrictions on decks kills all creativity or whatever. Like I think there should always be some kind of level of creativity that you can apply to Yu-Gi-Oh decks, but just like slapping 2 engines together and basically achieving the full potential for both engines, I don't know. Like you could argue from a different perspective, like also maybe the Yummy synchros should have read a little differently. Maybe the Yummy synchros should have said like you can treat a Yummy Link 1 as a level 1 tuner and not any Link 1, so that not every single other engine. You can look at this from both ways. You can look at this for Mitsurugi's fault and Yummy's fault, because Yummy is also like kind of at fault for being able to bridge into it with any Link 1 and level 1, right? That's also, I feel like, a little bit of an oversight with that.
At this point, you have summoned 5 times. If your opponent...
Why not both? Yeah, ideally both. Ideally both.
Heroes you before you go Cupsy.
The deck would be so ass. What do you mean Yummy would be so ass? If you needed to actually use Snatchy for the synchros, it would basically change nothing. Like, the only thing you couldn't do is you couldn't use Sky Striker cards. And you sometimes can't normal summon a hand trap to make Almirage, but for 99% of games, it's completely fine. I didn't even play the Sky Striker cards at YCS Lille. They're not mandatory. The deck is fine without them.
This is unaffected by effects. It's unaffected. So if they Nibiru you, this stays, you get a token, then you Mitsu combo. This is all from one card. Let's say they don't Nibiru. You make Cupsy. Let's say your opponent is only scared of your Yummy cards. Let's say they hand trap this. Who gives a fuck at all? Because then you have full Mitsu combo to make Zombie Vampire to then send a Yummy, or especially your opponent's Yummy. It's so good. Next, let's show it. Let's say now it resolves. Just for argument's sake, so you guys see what happens. You're keeping these. You send the Marshal.
I mean, at this point, everyone who's played this format should understand how powerful this is. So let me speed this up. But yes, this is now, you do the full Yummy board, you recycle the Herald of the Arclight, and then you also do the full Mitsu stuff after.
You want the surprise always, because this just implies no matter what happens going forward, you go to Nibiru. So like, you'd rather just ensure you have a surprise, just in case they decide to save it for whatever reason. Alright, next. I like saving the level 1s when possible. Snatchy. I mean, at this point, it's a little bit straightforward. You're gonna full combo everything. I also enjoy saving the minion because there's so many. Because I play as Alien Hayate, which means every time, no matter what, you have a Link 1. So anytime your opponent decides to outgrade you by like improving you before you end the turn, you always are able to play if you really need to, and then you can trigger me anytime you want. So what I would do here is just take these as a lollipop.
No, this is an impressive discovery. Don't get me wrong.
Having a Miracle on board does seem good, and you could do that, but you're a little bit more. Let's say your opponent's saving Nib, Bell, Magnemite, or like Crow, or Purge, or Impulse. Like they're saving 2 or 3 hand traps to use together. It's a little bit better just to save shit for later, because they will never let you go this deep. They'll use their shit somewhere. So it's okay to save this. Trust me, it's okay. Then board's so unbreakable, you don't need to like really discard a card. They're not gonna stop anything anyways. So then at this point, you summon back the keep the lollipop always. Summon back these 2. At this point, you emphasize anything here. Once you drop this, it's already over for them. Now at this point, I would surprise because I know they don't have anything. Add back. Again, still a few situations where you can do. I put this in the Karibo. So Snatchy actually is good. You can play 2 or 3 Snatchy if you play. Like at this point, you can just summon Link Karibo if you like to save a Snatchy kind of an extra deck. You can have a Link 1 on the field, just special. At this point, you got like we're playing three, so just blue snatching. Ask them if they have a response. They're gonna say no. At this point, they clearly don't have shit because they're just allowing like they don't have anything. Trust me. So what you do at this point is put these to mask. It's a ritual. This is where this ritual spell comes up always. You can avoid playing Kusanagi into Einar Amasa entirely by inserting 3 extra starters.
The fact he surprises now means a nib here is basically just Mitsu board. No. Yes, if you nib here, the surprise in hand has already been used, as well as the minion revive. But I mean, what you're saying is also crazy. The fact that it's still full Mitsu board, plus we have surprise in hand, which surprise in hand with the synchros in the graveyard is basically the full yummy stuff on your opponent's turn as well, because you just revive the synchro 2 as soon as your opponent activates a card, you tag out, then you have the link 1 and the level 1 again, and so on and so forth. So it's like, no, it's not just the Mitsu board. It's the Mitsu board plus surprise, which leads to basically all of the yummy interruptions if uncontested.
And 1 brick, but this brick,
which, let me tell you, it's going to be very hard to contest that surprise and the synchro when there's a full Mitsu board next to it.
By playing 3 extra starters, because the idea Kusanagi is you ritual twice, so it just does the exact same result. Effect trigger, you search your prayers. Oh, this is engraved. We're left here with the situation of we're waiting too much. We have so much monsters on board we can't even summon the Herald, so I would just fucking keep this engraved because we're suffering from success. Next, we're going to put the Samsara, banish the Samsara, sorry, the banish special Samsara, bring Herald back. Then you just summon the Herald. Yeah. This is your 1-card combo of 1 Diviner. This is auto win.
This is your 1-card combo. Yeah, no, it's insane. It is insane.
This is 2 interruptions, 3 interruptions, 4 interruptions, Regeki 5 interruptions, plus Yami board. This is 1 card, and then you also have 29 engine. So this is what 1 Diviner does. Nouvelle, 1 Nouvelle does the exact same thing. 1 Nouvelle does the exact same thing, minus the Masquerader. Like, so Diviner's not the only like great card to start with. So let's do this in the inverse now. Like emphasize, because like what you see, like 1 card does all of this. Make sure to get your Master Class, Yami gets a Ruby Master Class this Thursday before Anaheim. So you can really learn this in depth. It'll be such a long class, and get your martial art deck as well as you can. But now I'm just gonna show you guys what happens with one preparation of rights, or 1 Nouvelle and Burger, just so you guys can now kind of see like, all right, Shrift, but sure, Diviner's broken, it's always been broken. But what happens if you open like a Nouvelle? Why are you playing a preparation of rights, for example? They all work too well together, but I'm gonna show you now what happens with that. And don't get me started now broken like the 4-card combos are, where it's like your opponent Veiler's Veiler's a Diviner. Cool, bro. Habakiri. Ash. Cool, bro. Papa Rights get Miracle Raven. Still full combo. Nibiru. No problem. Special prayers to reset 1 of your cards. Make a link to Azalea to Hayate special cupsy. What the? You can have 5 hand traps to still lose. In fact, some of quadruple hand trap. There's a photo of it on Twitter, and I ended up on this full board you're looking at without Masquerade plus Blacko. 4 hand traps. He was like, he couldn't believe his eyes. He thought I was playing a Pokemon, but we're playing Yu-Gi-Oh! The worst hand ever. Preparation rights and like 4 fucking start, 4 board breakers, like Metal Tortoise Droplets, Chalice, some break, whatever. Prepper rights, search Angry Bird. If you have a spell, the ritual's not good at it. Angry Bird effect searches your pendulum. It just goes back in deck. It just searches it. It makes it so preparation rights can search this. It can search a 1-card starter. I learned this from Pokemon. Pokemon play 60 card decks because you're allowed to have more 1-card tools per se. They're searchable by card called Arvin. Like you just play. They have a lot of Ronas in Pokemon. So by playing 60 cards, we have the capability now of searching any one of them we want in the world. So it allows us to push through more plays. So you go prep right solution, get this. You get ritual on board. You get a 3 special. If that's okay, normal. And this is where the 1-card combo comes in. Miracle Raven special effect is you got tribute put in scale. You control the ritual special. You link this off for Link Remo. And you do the exact same combo.
I'm pretty sure in Pokemon they play 60 cards because that's the rule. You have to play exactly 60 cards, but okay.
Then you link this and this for Cupsy. And you do the exact same shit. Cupsy effect, search yummies, you do all the yummies. And then once you're done the yummy combo, you put Herald, to grave, and search Habakiri. Then you do the exact same thing. And your last line, because Marshmallow gives you 1 extra body, you make this Herald with Samsara. So at the very end, you resummon the Samsara to put Herald back to still get Herald on board at the very end.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I get it. The synergy is crazy, and I think that is an impressive find for sure. It's still, I think it's kind of impressive to win the YCS with this deck, because it's the one thing to it's the one thing that the synergy is good between these two. But like, let's not forget, we're playing a 60 card engine pile here basically. Like, yeah, we do have some non-engine, but like, considering it's a 60 card deck, we're not going to draw them as frequently when we're going second. There's no Fuva anywhere, so we're basically, our plan going second is to always play and play into the board and try to break the board, which, to be fair, is quite possible in the current format. I think that is one of the coolest things about the current format, is that like boards are actually breakable going second. Not the one that this deck makes, I don't think, but in general, like it's a pretty low to the ground format, so there was some room for this type of deck. I mean, obviously it did win the YCS. And it's especially good in a deck like this one where you're combining two engines, right? Like if your opponent is able to stop your Yummy engine, you might still have like a full Mitsu push left to go with. Of course, your Mitsu push is smaller than it would be in a full Mitsu deck. Like you only play Saji, you have no Aramasa, no Kusanagi, and so on and so forth. So like it's a smaller Mitsu push, but it's still a Mitsu push, right? Like you can start or you can start with the Mitsu push and then do the Yummy stuff after. Like it's quite flexible in that way. So it's an interesting deck, and I think in this format it has a place, and it seems pretty good. And playing 60 cards for this kind of deck, honestly, I feel like is appropriate. The only thing I haven't quite gathered, or like the only thing I don't quite understand so far, is why we need 2 copies of Miracle Raven. Like why? Because I understand the pendulum here is full combo, Angry Burger is full combo, Prep is full combo, and stuff like that. Miracle Raven doesn't seem to be full combo. Well, I'm not sure. Can you pre-prep for 2 Ravens? No. Pre-prep adds a ritual spell and a ritual monster. Miracle Raven is not a ritual spell. It contribute a Mitsu name. So it's, yeah, but you only play 4 Mitsu names. I'm plus Saji, I guess. You play 5 Mitsu names in 60 cards. So like, I don't think that's the argument. I guess it's just like I think it's just it's a solid level 1 extender, I suppose. If you get stopped on something, you still have a way to get a level 1 onto the board. And if you contribute a Habakiri or something, that's just free bonus. You can pendulum summon if you open Raven. Raven is a scale 0, and the Nouvelle is a pendulum scale 8, so I guess that's true. It's scale 0 is kind of interesting because you can pendulum summon Yummies. Not a lot of scale 0s in the game, so yeah, maybe that's a reason you just like keep them in the pendulum scale for now, because that's the thing, right? If you actually are able to pendulum summon with Miracle Raven and the Nouvelle, you basically have a full push left in your pendulum scale, right? Because let's say you put these 2 there, then you pendulum summon, you play, you get interrupted, you can still go summon the Miracle Raven from your pendulum scale, and then you control a ritual monster, so you can bring out the Nouvelle pendulum monster, right? So that's still a way to get both of them out of your scale after you've pendulum summoned. But yeah, I don't think it's going to happen that often either. I don't think that's the most relevant reason. I think I don't know exactly. I feel like you could get away with 1 Miracle Raven if it's actually not the greatest draw. But yeah, other than that, pretty crazy deck. Of course, I like the Sky Strikers here with all the board breakers, and also no Dominus Purge, so you have no anti-synergy with the Kagari. And here's where, of course, the Mitsurugi cards come in, because they basically need no extra deck space. So you can basically play, I mean, this is a full Yummy extra deck, with the only exception that you play 1 Zombie Vampire. Everything else here, you could reasonably play in a Yummy extra deck as well. Of course, you play a second Sky Striker here, so I guess we can turn the Kagari into a Link monster that points downwards. So we play the Hayate, and we play the Azalea to also get into the Sky Striker. Or we can go second, we can make Azalea pop something, make Hayate dump Engage, and then Kagari back the Engage. Which is also a neat play. But yeah, other than that, this is just basically a Yummy extra deck. So the Mitsurugi cards not requiring any extra deck is what's really helping them out here. Bam. All right, we'll look at the rest in a second. I'll be right back. Quick toilet break. All right. I feel like Millennium and Mitsu have shown that Zombie Vampire might be too good at bridging engines together. I think Zombie Vampire. I mean, you can look at a lot of different cards and point to them and say like this is the problem. I'm gonna be honest with you. I think Zombie Vampire in this particular deck will not be summoned that often because the majority of cards in this deck perform the full Yummy combo. And Zombie Vampire would basically be the bridge from Mitsurugi to Yummy. And most hands can already do that with this deck. So I think the Zombie Vampire is more like a... I think you most of the time don't need it. It's just like just in case you just open Habakiri, right? Or you get interrupted in a certain spot. You can't access Yummy anymore. And you just have Mitsu left, right? So I'm sure it comes up. But I don't think it's the main reason why this deck works. But I do think you have a point in the sense that I think the biggest comparison to Zombie Vampire that I can think of is Chaos Ruler. I think Zombie Vampire is the closest card to Chaos Ruler that we have in the TCG at the moment, and I could see it being banned for the same reasons that Chaos Ruler was banned. Which at the same time, I do agree that Chaos Ruler was a fun card to play with, and I think Zombie Vampire is also a fun card to make, but I don't know if they're necessarily healthy in the context of modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, being able to just access a random monster from the top 4 of your deck, or maybe sometimes the opponent's deck, and then mill the rest is just like, it's a little high variance for my liking, but it's fun. Is Lunalight dead? I haven't played this format yet, and I have a VIP qualifier. Seems like it's not converting since Worlds. I don't think Lunalight is dead, no. Some Lunalights did pretty well at YCS Lille. I see none here at YCS Lima, which in general, YCS Lima seemed to be pretty dominated by Yummy. Actually, there is one somewhere. It's in the graphic. Oh, there's one in top 8. Yeah, there's Lunalight in top 8. I think Lunalight is suffering from something that I've talked about in the beginning of the format. It is suffering from the spotlight. Like Lunalight, people are preparing for Lunalight these days. You know, like you'll notice in a lot of deck profiles for YCS Lille, you'll notice people have an answer to Lunalight in their side deck. You know, like you have. I believe there was a Draco Tail deck in the top 4 of YCS Lille. That was just playing 3 Kaijus in the side deck, right? And like people playing those kind of cards, of course, it doesn't guarantee you a win against Lunalight, but like just being prepared for it is a factor, right? Like that's gonna put the win rate of Lunalight down by a couple of percentage points, and that could make all the difference in a big tournament when like instead of like you play 15 rounds maybe previously when no one cared about Lunalight, no one would have an out to your towers, and now like at least half of them do. That's going to make us definitely a statistical difference for you, right? Drift probably also played that. Yeah, Drift played Lava Golems in this deck. And a spell to search it, which you can get with Thrust. So, yeah. But yeah, other than that, a lot of Yummy at this YCS. I guess that is the breakout performance for this deck right now. 9 in top 32 with 16 being unknown makes it over half of the decks that we know, which is quite impressive for Yummy at this YCS. YCS Lille painted a little bit of a different picture. While Yummy was still strong here, there were other decks that were also similarly strong or even stronger. I believe in the overall deck breakdown, even with it was 2,249 players, I believe it was the exact same. It was the exact same amount of Yummy and Mitsurugi. If Yummy and Draco Tail, I don't know. Yummy, Draco Tail, and no, I think Yummy and Draco Tail were the 2 most played. And then Mitsu was like slightly behind. Those were the top 3 for sure in the overall deck breakdown for YCS Lille. It was Draco Tail, Yummy, and Mitsurugi. while that was at the start of the tournament. And then in the top 64, we have 17 Mitsurugis. So Mitsurugi did convert the best at YCS Lille out of the 3 top decks because they had the most spots in top 64. Yami has 12 and Dracotail has 10, which is the worst conversion rate out of the top 3 for Dracotail. But still not bad, I don't think. Like, I personally, I didn't decide to play Dracotail for YCS Lille, even though I think it's a very awesome deck. But I don't think it was incorrect to play Dracotail. I think Dracotail was a decent choice for YCS Lille. I definitely think it was a valid deck. I also concluded that it wasn't quite the best, but it was definitely strong. But yeah, Mitsurugi was the one that converted the best. But we had a lot of other decks as well. And of course, we are going to talk about the winning deck list in a moment as well. But in 4th place in representation in top 64, Malice. Which is kind of crazy if you think about it, because that deck was not very well represented, I don't think. At least I don't know the numbers out of the top of my head. Of how many Malice entered the tournament, but I don't think there was a whole lot. Maybe the absence of Lancia is a reason for this. I will say I did consider side decking Lancia for a moment, but ironically, the reason for it was more because I was scared of heavy poly in Lunalight. That's why I was considering playing Lancia for Lunalight, not for Malice. Which is fair, you know, that is a nice thing to see if you're playing Malice, I guess, is seeing less Lancias. And with the power level that Malice is at now in the TCG, I'm not too mad seeing it survive a little bit. I was actually, I didn't play against any Malice in my 9 rounds, but I did sit next to some Malice players a couple of times, and they were still doing some unfair stuff to their opponents, but I guess it does so a lot less often now, and it's easier to stop it, so it's probably okay. But it's not dead. That's what this shows for sure. It is not dead, which is interesting to see. The big, I guess, disappointment here, I'm not really calling it a disappointment because I don't think it was necessarily unexpected, is the fall of K9, I suppose, which honestly I think is good. I don't really vibe with the K9 combo decks as much because the whole concept of summon Ripper, negate your hand traps, and then make big board, I don't particularly care about it. So K9 Christian, only 2 in top 64, and we saw 1 Vanquish Soul in top, all the way in top 16 as well, which is interesting. But before we hop into any of the individual deck lists, I want to take a look at the deck that won the tournament, which was Odeon Primite. And I do want to hear from the player that won first. That there is a deck profile, so let's take a quick look at that. Now, I will say they call this deck Primite Odeon, but the way I would classify it more is like a Primite hand trap control. It really is more like a Primite hand trap control, which I think this was a good discovery as well. Similar to the deck that won YCS Lima by Triff, it is 2 decks that are taken into a completely different direction, but both very, I think, very interesting calls for the format. 2 completely different, like opposite directions almost, but both pretty interesting.
Hey guys, my name is Philip Weidinger. I just lost to
What's he doing
YCS
here?
Finals 2.
Oh. All right.
We play Barrel Control, and yeah, that's it for.
Oh, Barrel Control. Okay, yeah, that's what they're calling it. Yeah, no, that's a fitting name. Yeah.
So why this, which you choose to play this deck?
Yeah, it was a meta call for Mitsurugi and
This guy won like 15 dice rolls. Okay, I didn't know that. But ultimately, I feel like if you look at the deck list, I don't know how much it mattered, to be honest with you.
Tail. He has not very good matchup versus Yami, but with the
That's the one thing I was thinking when I was looking at the... I've seen the list already. I don't think this has a very good matchup against Yami because, like, that's the thing. We're going to talk about hand traps again in the current format. But, like, the hand traps are not that good against Yami.
with the side deck, we balanced the matchup. So, yeah.
Yes, the reason is that against Dragon Tail and Mitsurugi, you do better 1-for-1 than with Yami, because Yami put on board a lot of monsters, and you don't really trade well with the monsters, but you trade really well with the spells, Dragon Tail spells and Mitsurugi spells.
And when you start the deck with the...
Who said I lost one dice roll? The people in Twitch chat said you lost one dice roll. But if you're here, congratulations. And why don't you tell us how many dice rolls you won and how many you lost?
You have the top deck that are
always good.
Yeah, always good.
When the game state is very simple, this deck has all good top deck.
So you put in a good format the situation of the...
11 and 18. Yeah, that's not that crazy. You go 11-7 in dice rolls. That's not that crazy. But like I said, I don't think the dice rolls matter too much about this deck. I think this deck can go second in most matchups, except for Yami. I think, like, Yami is the only deck that you cannot stop from making a board with the hand traps that this deck plays. Like, literally against Yami, what you have to do is probably just hope they cannot play at all, which is unlikely. Like, they normal summon one Cupsy and everything blows up.
We start to the giant card.
Carta da lavoro.
Yeah.
The best card of the game right now.
Carta da lavoro.
Yeah, it's the best start. Do Baguska.
Probably this is the best start.
Yeah. No, this because with the Real Beam, you can break board. For example, I don't know, versus in top 4 versus Dragotail, he has the fusion monster, a normal barrel, take this and banish with the Real Beam and set because
Yeah.
I have...
Drawing Ether Barrel is always a lot better in Primate decks than drawing Lordly Load, because basically they do the same thing. They get you to the same cards, but if you start with Drill Beam, if you start with Barrel, the Drill Beam is in your hand. If you start with Load, then the Drill Beam is set, which means you can't use it on that turn.
Next engine.
You find really well yourself with just one Real Beam, or you need the
No, one is good. The 3 temples with the terraforming.
So at the beginning we didn't play terraforming, but since this card is the best card,
And we play multiple...
2 of these.
Yeah, 2 of these.
But this card work under impulse, with this card not, and so terraforming was just a better.
It's so funny to me that this deck plays Impulse and Purge. It's crazy, but it really shows how powerful those cards are. Like, literally all this deck is like an updated version of Fiendsmith Control, where you just play a bunch of grindy 1-card starters with some engine requirements, and you just put the rest is just hand traps, right? That's all. That is the concept of this deck, which I know some people are gonna find it cringe. That's okay. But, like, I find it interesting. I don't actually hate this concept. I liked Fiendsmith Control, and I think this is like an evolution of Fiendsmith Control. I would be a little worried about, like, some of the engine requirements, like drawing cards like Driver, or the other vanilla that we played, hard drawing Drill Beam, like drawing some of the traps when you're going second. Like, those would be some things that I'd be worried about. But, like, it is literally just Dominus Control with a lot of other hand traps as well. But, like, being able to play both Dominus cards is crazy. So Treasure of the Kings, I guess, works in this deck because, like, you might think, like, oh, this is 2 engines that need the normal summon, but the reality is, like, you don't have to normal summon the man. if you don't want to, right? Like if you have the Primite cards, you just go for the field spell, and the field spell gets you to the Odeon traps without the normal summon, right? So you just skip the man.
Starter card. And also this guy with the counter in the side, it's a very good opening. So if you start with this...
I thought it was weird they played Impulse when all your normal summons are Earth. Yeah, the thing is, like, if you stop a deck from playing completely, and then you have... here's the thing, right? Only 4 of your starters are actually Earth monsters that conflict with Impulse, right? Because if you draw Lordly Load or Treasures of the Kings, you can play just with spell traps. You don't have to actually normal summon. Of course, you lose grind game from not having access to Ether Barrel turn after turn after turn, but for the immediate impact, you can go Lordly Load, search Drill Beam, Lordly Load, declare Vanilla, summon the Vanilla, your Drill Beam is live, and you have a play. You have a card that can deal with your opponent's potential follow-up. And if you think that through, the situation you're in there is actually still pretty good, because what's happening is you've just stopped them with hand traps. They couldn't play the game. So they usually rely on their top deck to get into the game unless they have multiple normal summons in hand. But you now have a Drill Beam that's live. And so if they draw a play, you just Drill Beam it, or you have another hand trap that you've drawn for turn or whatever, right? And so like you are still likely to be able to trade favorably with them for at least a couple more turns, and that might be enough time to win, right? Especially if you have the Treasures of the King, because that's insane grind game and card advantage over like a couple of turns.
Side you have 2 interruption, the counter and the trap.
Also, this card is you can't really do an trap against this card. So.
Yeah. Also versus Mitsurugi.
Tell me.
Is a good luck because they are all unbreakable in battle and for effect. Yes. The traps. Yeah, at least we play 2 of these, but in testing we saw that one is fine, and 2 of these, because if you start for example with one trap and this is another
2 Omni Negate. Yeah.
2 Omni Negate.
Also, these cards synergize very well with Beryl, because they are a yellow monster. So Beryl can come back to the end, or you can just Drill Beam with this on the field.
Yes, you can do something rank 4 with this, and of course these traps makes the fusion that is broken.
And also Silhouette Rabbit is like an engine, because you can set this and guarantee you an interruption.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said Yellowmon. It's a normal monster for Drill Beam.
The 3 pots.
Okay. That's another way how you keep up favorably with your opponent, of course, if you have an extravagance. I'm kind of surprised to see only 2.
No, he played 3 of these at 41, but for me 40 cards in this deck are must, because you would see all hand traps and not multiple copies of the pots.
But extravagance is broken.
Yeah, it's broken.
And you don't really need the extra deck.
Is this a Genesys legal deck? No, I think the Primite cards are expensive in Genesys. I don't know the exact point costs on the Primites, but I know they're expensive. I know Lordly Load has points. I think Lordly Load might have 33. And then the thing is, the funny part is the most expensive cards are not the engine, but the hand traps.
Once you start the game, they play with the Beryl or the trap card, you don't need the extra.
You do Drill Build Control.
Yeah.
I think the best hand traps in the format right now because versus Mitsurugi Dragotail are broken.
Bro, this hand trap lineup is so busted against Mitsurugi. Like, you see, if any pure Mitsurugi player sees this hand trap lineup, they're actually shivering. Like, you are actually, I feel like if you play against this deck with Mitsurugi, even if you go first, you're like 90% odds to just pass the turn. Like, the hand traps in this are so busted against Mitsu.
Yeah, Gamma is always
Also these guys are really good in this deck because with Berry you leave free them.
Yeah, it makes Lambda. Yeah, it makes
Yeah,
Lambda.
if you go first and draw a Cypher plus Lordly or Beryl, you can just Beryl effect to clean up your board and make up Cypher. And also Driver is it's a good yellow to play because let you play this card.
yeah, like Redoer or Omega for
clean the board and have this card live.
also the Lambda.
The Lambda.
I saw it.
Okay. Another yellow.
And the other yellow,
Weirdo.
yeah, it's me.
It's out to Caesar.
It's out to Caesar.
So this is just a tuner, right? There's nothing to it. It's 1900 attack, level 4 tuner, so you can make Omega with it.
And yeah, is the higher attack yellow monster is a tuner and
Level
is
4 Earth will not beastable.
yeah, but it takes spoil, so is
But it's too.
And it's a plant for EU buff. Yeah, true.
for the end traps, Ash, Bell, Shifter, Bell.
Oh, Shifter.
There was songs, but we switched to Bell for Mitsurugi. And yeah, because songs in this meta is not
Like a worst impermanence.
yeah, and it takes Ash or Purge, so his end traps that yeah, doesn't work always. And yeah, Shifter, I think in 15 rounds you don't
See that much that card.
yeah,
But it's a dev for young matchup. Maybe.
yeah.
Yeah, it's a bad card against Mitsurugi, but since we have a lot of cards against Mitsurugi that are all these plus the 6 Dominus, we accept the fact that Shifter was dead in this
Dude.
matchup.
You're not playing the game as a Mitsurugi deck against 3 Delta, 3 Bell, 3 Ash, 3 Impulse, 3 Purge, and 3 Imperm. You just... The amount of starters you have to draw on average to play against this deck is absurd with Mitsurugi. Like, Mitsurugi has consistency issues slightly already. When you throw 1 Ash on Saji into the mix, you already have to draw like a pretty decent hand to beat that. To play through 1 Ash. When you have to play against a deck that plays Delta, Bell, Ash, Imperm, Impulse, and Purge, it's impossible. You don't play.
But it's too strong.
Mitsurugi doesn't play.
So versus Mitsurugi, we have.
So literally, you put Mitsurugi on just pass without anything, and then you normal summon Beryl, and get the Drill Beam for their top deck, and it's over. Or you go Temple and get an Omni Negate for their top deck, and it's over. It's actually
a
crazy.
lot of cards that stop the deck, and so this is the reason why we thought that this deck has a matchup.
Yeah, inside that we side only 3 cards going second, so yeah, the main decks was focused on Mitsurugi.
Yeah.
40 cards, right?
Yeah,
And you don't need to win the dice because
This deck still seems inconsistent. I mean, it suffers from... I'm sure it suffers from the... It suffers from the Fiendsmith control issue sometimes, where you play little engine. You play a lot of hand traps, a lot of non-engine, but you don't have that much engine, right? They have... I mean, they have 6 Primite starters, and they have 5 Odeon starters, so that's 11. And if you don't see one of those, you basically have to hope that you can hand trap your opponent and then draw like a 1-card starter next turn. Which is, I mean, it works sometimes. And you have pots. True, you have pots. So it's not that bad. It's like 14 good starters, which is okay. That's kind of similar to like Ryzeal in like the pure form in the beginning, which was like fine. How do you hand trap Temple? That's another thing, right? This deck just, it's harder to stop this deck from setting up its grind game.
We play 20 entropy in the main deck, so even if you go second, you can.
The dice helps, but the deck demonstrated that.
Yeah, in fact, in top 8, I only set 3, and
They were just in entraps.
yeah. For the extra deck, yeah, redo this for the Psyframe. Link Spider for do SP with the traps.
Or also a Silhouette Rabbit.
Yeah, all Silhouette Rabbit. The 2 Typhoon. And
Oh yeah, there is extravagance in this deck, so I'm kind of surprised to not see double Lambda. But I guess the idea is like you play Lambda, Omega, and Redoer, and you don't really care which one you make because they all make your Psyframes live. So you'd rather have the utility in the games where you don't draw extravagance. Yeah.
these 2 for the extravagance, and the other cards, the other extra cards are not.
Do you ever made Zeus?
One time, like Baguska, detach in standby, I switch in attack with 1 material, beat, make Zeus, and yeah, you are in chilling.
Another interaction, yes.
You are always in chilling.
Yeah, with this deck. Yeah, the mono of the fusion.
When discard the resolve, you win the game.
Yeah.
It's the one that resets all your trap cards, right? On turn 2. Okay.
And the 2 targets of Cherry. I don't do.
Yeah, those you don't need multiples of, obviously, because you're going to cherry your Lunalight opponent going second.
Cherry
Not going
one
first.
time in the tournament.
But it was put in the deck with talents, so it's fine.
Yeah.
The extra deck has a lot of one-off, but as I said before, this deck don't really need the extra deck, and also there are a lot of different attributes for make good cards under both Purge and Impulse. For example, Redora it's good under Impulse, which is not, for example, Silhouette or don't know, Zeus, for example. So with this kind of extra, you have a lot of choice.
For the side deck, 3 of retaliating. Yeah, last time choose.
I'm surprised no Arthalion with Cherry. I also played Cherry, and I also only played it for Yummy and Lunalight. I only played Snatchy and Leo Dancer. I think banishing Arthalion against Draco Tail just isn't that impactful. It's just not that good to banish the Draco Tail. It's not that Draco Tail is easy to beat anyway. I mean, maybe this deck beats Draco Tail anyways, but like in general, you just don't want to banish Arthalion against it.
The third on the
Yeah, on Friday. On Friday we put the third one because since Yummy matchup is not that good even after side deck, we chose to at least have a good matchup against Dragotail.
Yeah. And versus yeah, Yummy. 5. If you resolve this, are not auto win versus Yummy, because if as an extender he beats you, but helps with the other, yeah, in combination with other land traps helps you.
26.
So cherries against Yummy. If they play with cherries in mind, there is ways to play around it. But the ways to play around Cherry still include making a weaker board usually, because you have to jump through some hoops to recycle your snatchies. Basically what you have to do is you have to use your Cupsy search for a field spell, and then you have to go Cupsy Yummy Way and then discard that field spell, and then you can recycle your snatchies and then you're good to go. The thing is, it's like fine if they do that, because then their end board is going to be weaker. You just lose the quick play. That doesn't change that much. I do think losing the quick play spell changes stuff depending on the approach, but like I think in some decks that matters more than others, because some decks have a really easy time breaking the yummy board without the quick play spell, and in some decks it's different. But also it's just like if you have cherries plus a hand trap on the Cupsy to stop them from searching the what's it called? The field spell, then suddenly they might have to just pass turn, right? And this deck plays a lot of other hand traps. So if you can stop the Cupsy search and Reaper them, suddenly it becomes pretty good.
Like hand trap aside.
Or you can bell the field spell in the graveyard, but then you might still lose the grind game, because this deck obviously doesn't OTK. So if they just recycle the snatchies on the next turn, then it might be a problem. But yes. If you have a way to stop the field spell in the grave from recycling, then it's also good.
Yeah. The MVP cards, card in the side deck, choose Schoolmeister. Versus Mitsurugi's Broker, Stop Abakiri. And also versus Dragotail, because if he's fusion summon with only one name, he do chilling one Ardelion, chilling to the name, and you just put the Schoolmeister and negate the name.
The good thing, also White Forest.
White Forest.
Against Mitsurugi is another card.
Yeah, because
we're citing more hand traps for Mitsurugi.
Mitsurugi, Abakiri, it's a difficult start. Not always, but
Bro, this just is like every hand trap imaginable is in this deck. They just put every hand trap on every hand trap tier list ever into this deck. Like, we'll find a use case for it. Skullmeister, Contact, Sea Cherries, they're all in here.
you can't stop
You have only Ash.
You have only Ash, or Gamma, or Delta on the spell. But Schoolmeister was good.
And think about that. Valor still didn't make the cut. That's how mediocre Valor is in the current format. I kind of feel the same way about Valor. I was testing Valor, and Valor just didn't feel like it was it.
Here.
And I think the terrorist card. Free judgment, solemn. This you search with the combo.
The field post side.
Yeah, because the field set one at the
field set one. You search this.
And with this you search this.
So now you have
Show interruption with one card.
just interruption.
And with Temple, this card is always playable because you have 1, 2, and the third one that you set.
And the called.
Why called by for Femina, I guess.
Yeah, 5 mana. In fact, in top 4, I was like this setup, and I take in hand the call back.
Yeah, because it's the only lose condition when you make a really strong board. But Femina,
Really strong brought her?
but Femina is the only lose condition when you make a solid board with the barrel or trap. And also it's good against, for example, Sagi or Punk.
I mean, yeah, this is basically just hand trap control, which is funny in my opinion, because I think this is a very interesting meta call, and it's basically the complete opposite of what happened at YCS Lima, which was Triff's basically all engine even combining multiple engines into one deck, Yami, Mitsurugi, all that. These decks are basically opposite. And they both won a YCS on the same weekend, which I think is very funny. And I think, like, to an extent, I think it showcases some stuff that I like about the current format, because it is relatively open, you know? Like, you can play an all-engine 60-card slop pile and win a YCS with it, and you can play basically the opposite deck, which is just like efficient one-card grindy engines paired with as many hand traps that are good in the format as possible, and win a YCS with both concepts, which I think is interesting. And then there's like a whole bunch of decks that are like somewhat in the middle, of course, you know, like your pure Mitsurugis, your Draco Tails, your Yummies, your Vanquish Soul K9, your Malice, all that kind of stuff. That's like somewhere in the middle between those two extremes. Yeah. Orchist. Kind of interesting. The most interesting thing I feel like about this format in particular, I've been thinking about this. This format, there's a lot of time left in this format, right? Like, I was thinking about this. I was talking about this with some people at YCS Lille with in regards to like upcoming tournaments, right? Like, of course, for YCS Anaheim, this is the format for this weekend, which by the way, I'm gonna be streaming YCS Anaheim, just for the people that were asking that in chat earlier. I'm gonna be live Saturday and Sunday for YCS Anaheim, so the streams are gonna start a little bit later than usual because of the time difference to Anaheim from where I live. So we're not gonna stream the usual times over the course of the weekend, but I'll be live for Saturday and Sunday for the YCS. So the format is gonna stay the same until then, but this is basically the same format for YCS Bologna, which is in 1.5 months at this point. Like, it's in like it's like 22nd or 23rd of November, which is 1.5 months, a little bit more. And there's like there's barely any set releases. I think correct me if I'm wrong, but the only thing that releases until YCS Bologna is the branded structure deck, which obviously could have an impact if they bring good branded support. That deck could enter the format, but it is a small addition compared to like other things, right? That could happen. Like, there's no main set, no side set. All we have is a structure deck that is introducing how many new cards in the branded structure? Like 3 or something. I think I remember hearing somewhere there was 3 new cards for branded. Not many is the point. So, and I think that's refreshing. I kind of like that idea. I mean, of course, maybe in a few weeks I'll think the format is stale, but for now, like, I like having these sort of like tournaments happen, and now just see how the format unfolds from here, you know, like, see what people do with this. You know, will people go more of a combo direction? Will people go more of a control direction? What's gonna happen, right? Like, it is a long time. It is a long time for the format to be this way, but I for now I don't mind it. I think I would like to have a ban list after YCS Bologna then, because around that time I'll probably feel like, you know, it's been long enough. But for now, I like the idea of seeing these results and then being able to like iterate on it and see what's gonna happen from here, right? Like, I don't want to like have a YCS happen and then immediately jump on the next set of cards that are going to change the format and so on and so forth. So we'll see. We'll see. And I mean, part of the reason why I'm not unhappy about it being a longer period of no changes now is because I think the format is good. Like, I think the format is fine right now in the TCG. It's a good format. I don't hate any of the top decks, you know. I'm okay with Mitsu, I'm okay with Yami, I'm okay with Draco Tail. And so, like, I think it's an okay. I think it's okay for it to take a little bit longer to shift, because I like the format. So I'm okay with it. Yeah. It's crazy how good the new time rules are, I'm not gonna lie. I personally didn't, I mean, I can't say much about it in regards to this YCS, but I mean, I didn't have any problems with it so far. Like, I didn't get close to time this YCS. Everyone, I feel like, played a proper pace, and I think that's already, like, I think the way I like to phrase it, at least for now, the way I feel about it is, if you get to overtime, like if you reach overtime in these new time rules, I don't love the double loss, but something that I feel like you cannot deny is that because of 5 extra minutes and because no one wants to go to time, you do get to time a lot less often. I think people are focusing too much on, oh, the double loss is bad, but what they should focus on instead is that, like, you just don't get to time as often, because people play faster and because there's 5 more minutes. And I think that's the thing that matters more, to me at least. At big scale tournaments, at locals, I've seen people get to, I've seen people go to time because they just didn't take it as serious. Or like someone is playing some janky deck at locals that no one knows the cards and they read all the cards and so on and so forth. Like, I've seen people go to time at locals and get a double loss because of it. To be honest with you, yes, that happens. At the same time, like, is it really that bad if you get a double loss at locals? You know, like, it's locals. Like, just play your next round. It's not that big of a deal if a double loss happens at locals. You know, like, the people that had double losses at my locals, they were just like fine with it. You know, like, it's like, okay, it happens. But yeah. I don't know. Well, I think so far my first impression of the new time rules is better than before. Not perfect, but better than before. My friend Lenny got 3 double game losses with Striker at the first local with the new rules. He didn't know Ray could tag into 0. Okay. Well, what does that tell us, Vlad? What does that tell us? Does it tell us something about the new time rules, or does it tell us something about your friend Lenny? Or both? Anyways. All right. And with that, I want to talk about and show you the list that I played at YCS Lille now, which of course I went 6-3 on day 1, and I did not have a good enough tiebreaker to make day 2, so I don't have a crazy result to back any of this up, but I still want to talk about my experience and some of the things that I've learned, because I feel like, or at least I'm trying to at least learn something out of the tournaments that I don't do so well in. And I think this time around, a lot of the stuff that we're going to talk about after I show you the deck list is going to be like related to your mental when you're approaching a big tournament, or also approaching how do you handle not doing so well at a tournament. Because I think this time around, the reason why I didn't do so well was not actually related to the deck list, because I think the deck list I'm about to show you is actually quite good. I liked it a lot, and I think my losses, or at least 2 out of my 3 losses, were more like due to my own technical play. I lost 2 matches that I should have won had I played perfectly, and we'll get into what I maybe think the reason for that is, and how I'm gonna try to approach that moving forward. I played Yummy, and I want to show you the deck list. It is there's some interesting decisions in here. Like, for example, I did not play the Sky Striker cards in Yummy, and I'll talk a little bit about the reason while we go through the deck. But once again, I just want to repeat, I think this deck list was pretty solid. I felt like I was playing a pretty good deck. I want to give a shout out to Maxi and Daniel from Team Raid and Trade, who played the exact same deck. And Maxi, I think, ended up in top 64 with it. And they all agreed that the list we came up with was actually quite solid. The theory behind it, I think, was quite solid. actually, I also want to talk about why I played Yami to begin with, because a lot of people were surprised by the fact that I played Yami, which was mainly because people thought I was going to play Mitsurugi. I think a lot of people thought I was going to play Mitsurugi, and I was close to playing Mitsurugi. My main reason to play Yami was I felt like it was like I think the current format is very good, and I think a lot of decks are very close to each other in terms of power level. Like I think all Yami, Mitsu, and Draco Tail are all very valid decks to play. My reason to play Yami was I felt like there were less floodgates against Yami than there were against Draco Tail and Mitsurugi. Like I thought there was going to be a lot of people playing cards like Dimensional Barrier, cards like Retaliating Sea and stuff like that, and I don't think those cards affect Yami as much. Like, yeah, you can side D-Barrier against Yami, but it's not as big of a deal if you stop them beforehand, or if you break their board and then you set up like Link 1 and some level 1s. Being under D-Barrier is not actually that bad because you can play on your opponent's turn. Don't get me wrong, there are very strong tech cards against Yami in the format right now. Cards like Dark Ruler, cards like Super Poly, cards like Fuva are all very good against Yami, but I felt like I would rather get hit by a Super Poly than a D-Barrier in like I would rather get hit with a Super Poly playing Yami than I would like to get hit with a D-Barrier when I'm playing Draco Tail, for example, because I feel like there's more agency in those games where you get Super Poly. There's more Yu-Gi-Oh left to be played, which was one of the main reasons why I chose to play Yami, because I do think all of these decks are similar in power level. I chose the deck that has the least floodgates that are being played against it. So that's why I played Yami. So of course you play 3 Marshmallow. It is the best extender, and it also gives the deck insane grind game now. And with the deck not having Sky Striker cards, this is one of your main ways to extend after someone resolves like a Murakumo against you. You obviously play 3 Cupsy, and I also played 3 Cookie and 3 Lollipo alongside 3 Piri Rise maps. So I played 3 Piri Rise maps because I really enjoy having access to Cupsy from the beginning. Cupsy, I think, is the best starter in the deck because it gives you basically 2 plays in 1 card, and Piri Rise map, of course, being 3 extra copies of Cupsy is really strong. So I decided to play basically the full lineup of Yami names alongside 1 Obedience Schooled. This is 16 starters alongside 1 Pot of Prosperity. This is 1 more starter over the... I played a Yami list at the Stuttgart Regional a couple of weeks ago. That was before Doom of Dimensions. At that regional, I played 16 starters, and I just felt like those were not enough. And I also didn't like how some of my starters lost to a single Ash Blossom, mainly the Sky Striker cards. And I had a lot of instances where I opened like 4 non-engine, 1 engage, and then they ashed, and then I had no play. And of course that can happen with Piri Rise map as well, but all of the other starters here do not lose to 1 Ash Blossom, which I thought was cool. As well as all of these work after Dominus Purge. That was one of my main reasons. Extra deck space was one reason. I'll talk about the extra deck space in a second, because there's a couple of cards that I really wanted to play in the extra deck. But also being able to combo after Purge is another thing. Like, of course, I know that Engage and Drones are still usable cards after you use Dominus Purge, but they're not starters anymore. They give you 1 body, but if you don't have a Yami name next to that, you will not be able to play with just 1 Engage. I did play Double Surprise. I do think Double Surprise is very essential for this deck. I was considering 3 for a moment because I really liked hard drawing it. It is a very good extender, but it's also like a really good thing to have because people really try to stop Cupsy when they play against this deck. Like, the best way to ash this deck is to try and stop Cupsy, which is why in a lot of my combos I would also try to chain block the Cupsy. I can talk about how you can do that later. I can show you how you chain block Cupsy from Ash Blossom. But hard drawing a surprise basically makes your deck a lot more resilient to disruption. And if you draw 1, and then your Cupsy resolves, that's not even bad because now you have 2 surprise. But guess what? You can use 2 surprises in one turn. You can just not use the same effect twice. But what that if you end up setting 2 surprise at the end of your combo, it means you can use 1 to revive, which makes you better against board breakers, and then you can use the other one to double bounce. So having an extra surprise is not bad. I think 2 is where I like it. I don't think it was good enough to hard draw to actually play 3, but I think having a second one also just like, you know how with the reason why people play 1 surprise in Yummy now is because you can loop it with Marshmallow. So you can always add it back from your grave turn after turn after turn. But having a second one still makes it so you can like you can search a second copy on your follow-up turn. If maybe something goes wrong and you're not able to cycle 1 back from the graveyard, then you can still Cupsy for surprise, which I think is quite essential. And you can set up like the double surprise lock on like in grind games a lot of times. So yeah. And then 2 field spells. This is it for the basically Yummy engine requirements, which leaves us, I think this is 21, which leaves us with 19 non-engine, which I decided to do a split between hand traps and board breakers, which is basically what I've been a fan of for a while now. We do play more hand traps than board breakers. It is 3 Fuva, 3 Ash, 3 Bell, 3 Purge, and 3 Imperm. So 15. These are just the hand traps I liked this format. Like, I really liked Ghost Bell as a way to interrupt Mitsurugi, and this is also the hand trap lineup. The hand trap lineup is the reason why I think the Mitsurugi matchup is not as bad as people make it out to be. You have very high quality hand traps against Mitsurugi. 3 Ash, 3 Bell, 3 Purge. You have a very good chance to be able to interrupt them. When you go first and you pair that with your regular interruption plus Herald of the Arclight to stop one of their starters, like plus any of these, it's so hard for Mitsurugi to play through. Imperm on top is also really good against Mitsurugi if they don't have prayers to dodge Imperm on Murakumo. If you can stop them from Raigekiing your board with Imperm, then it actually becomes really hard for Mitsu to out your board, and you can just take them apart with your Yummy interruptions. So the non-engine is very good against Mitsurugi, and also Bell, awesome applications against Draco Tail, has applications in the mirror match. Like, Bell is just a very versatile card in the current format. I think it might very well be the best format for Ghost Bell ever. Yeah. And then I also played Thrust and Talents. I just like Thrust way too much in this deck at the moment to not play it. I was considering playing more hand traps instead of Thrust to make it a full hand trap deck. But I'm gonna be honest with you, any hand trap that I added after this, I just didn't think was that good. And a lot of the times I was drawing like, let's say I was playing Veilers for a while. I was playing Nibiru's for a while, which Nibiru is actually possible to play in this deck because you don't play the striker card, so you have less conflict with it. But whenever I was drawing Nibiru, let's say I was drawing Nibiru plus Ash, or Nibiru plus Fuva, or Nibiru plus these other hand traps, I was always thinking like it would be better if I just hand trapped them a little bit and then Thrust on my turn for Obedience, Schooled, or Talents. So Thrust was awesome in this deck. Of course, with the Thrust, you play the Talents. And then the last card in the deck was a Called by the Grave. I knew the Called by the Grave had to be somewhere in the deck because this deck is a little weak to Fuva. Your Fuva compromises are fine, but you would rather negate it. So Called by was either going to be in my main deck or my side deck. And I decided to main deck it because I think with Mitsurugi in the format, Called by the Grave is good enough going second as well to be main decked. No other board breakers because I preferred these cards over here. I think the only board breaker that works in this deck really well in like a lot of hand traps with like one board breaker. The one board breaker I want to see is Thrust. I don't think Droplet is good enough. I did consider Psyframes. I'm gonna be honest with you. I just hate Psyframes. I just hate the driver. I just hate the Garnet. I'm that kind of player. I just don't like the feeling of playing those cards in my deck. When I go first, I don't want to see them. This deck, like, you know, like I don't want to see dead cards when I'm going first. I don't want to see driver. I just wasn't a fan of that. I considered it, but I was happy with this, and that's why I preferred this. over the side frames. But yeah, that was the main deck. The extra deck is some of it is standard, but it was a little tricky to build because of some other cards that I wanted to play. So 3 Snatchy, 1 Almirage. I decided to play the Link Spider. I know that there's some people that are cutting the Link Spider. I'm gonna be honest with you, it just makes it easier to play through Nibiru. I think it's possible to play through Nibiru without it, but there's just like some game states where the Link Spider really helps, especially when you're going second and you're playing into a board. You might not have the same amount of control over how to play around Nibiru because your opponent has extra disruptions, and then the Link Spider really helps. I decided to play this. This is probably what would have been a Kagari had I played the Striker cards. I like this card in theory because you can reset Surprise, and when you play double Surprise, you can just keep them under the, like in a grind game, you can always like, you can get to double Surprise, you can add 1 back with Marshmallow, you can reset the second one with this, and that just makes for a really strong board for your opponent to crack. That's why I wanted to play this, but this is definitely the extra deck monster that I summoned the least. I played 1 SP and 1 IP. The reason I played IP is because it helps you make a stronger board against Mitsurugi that cannot be Raigeki'd as easily. So when your opponent goes for Murakumo into your board, you can go IP into SP, banish the Murakumo, and that makes for a stronger board into Mitsu that they can't just that they cannot just wipe with Murakumo. That's the Link monsters. 1 of each Synchro, of course. 1 Cupsy, 1 Lollipop, 1 Cookie. I played Starham. I really like Starham in this deck because it makes it less vulnerable to SP banish the field spell, because you can now add it back with Starham into Marshmallow to add back from banish pile, which actually there was one game where my opponent went SP, banish my field spell, and then their plan was to just not activate anything, so I could never tag out into my Marshmallow. But then I just did my plays, they never reacted, and then I made Starham and brought back the field spell anyways. And also Starham is needed for another card in the extra deck. Marcher, Herald, and then the card I was referring to is Silvera. There's a very specific reason for Silvera in here, which I'm surprised, honestly, that people are unfamiliar with Silvera in Yummy at this point. I feel like it's not standard, but like it's been done, you know? It's not like a new thing, but a lot of people had to read this card when I brought it out. So this card essentially books all of your opponent's monsters, and it is a level 6 synchro, which normally in most of your games you do not need this disruption. But there's one particular situation where I felt like it was very relevant to have this, which is if your opponent super polys your Herald of the Arclight and one of your Yummy monsters into Mud Dragon of the Swamp, even if you have Yummy Surprise set and other interruptions, the Mud Dragon basically invalidates everything you have. Because you just cannot target their stuff, and everything in Yummy targets. Cookie to book targets. Yummy Surprise to bounce targets. Cookie main deck Cookie to pop targets. Like if they play Mitsurugi and they go like Mud Dragon Call Dark, you just cannot interact with them. So what you have to do in those instances is you let your opponent commit next to the Mud Dragon a little bit, and then you use the Starham to basically synchro climb a little bit to get your levels, because otherwise level 6 is very hard to reach after a super poly. So you use the Starham to climb into the Silvera, and then you just book their Mud Dragon and everything else they have. And then after that, if you have resources left, you can still do all of the targeting interruptions, which is cool. So that's what the Silvera was for. It was to counter super poly on into Mud Dragon, which I thought was relevant enough. Super Poly was a very popular card at the YCS, so I think these two were necessary for that reason. So the flex spots basically are like, I think these 3 you can maybe get away without. Yeah. Then the side deck. How do you get that many bodies? I mean, the end board, it's not that hard. The end board is like, I usually make something like this with one yummy name next to it. So if they super poly these two or these two, like what's left is usually enough to make if they super poly these two and then play into this tagging out, then you have enough bodies to make the Silvera over the course of like multiple tag outs, and then climbing with Starham. It's possible, and you have the surprise reborn as well. Cards I wanted to play in the extra deck. I'm gonna show you in a second. I side decked cherries, so I wanted to play Leo Dancer in the extra deck, but I have it in my side deck for Lunalight. Typhon I think is awesome in this deck because it can get very grindy and actually plays into boards surprisingly well. So Typhon was gonna be the next card I played. I think one of these three could be a Typhon. Yeah, Cherries. I thought Cherries was good in this deck. It was by far the best card against Lunalight. I'll tell you something that I believe was... we tested it a lot against Lunalight, and I believe it was correct, but we went second against Lunalight post-side, which sounds crazy. But the theory behind it is basically Lunalight, like the yummy board against what Lunalight... like what the Lunalight deck is... The yummy board basically never matters. Like they play Dark Ruler, they play Droplet, they play Heavy Poly. Like all of those cards essentially just invalidate your entire board. And then they summon one Liger with a Heavy Poly and you lose. So what we did is we sided the best possible hand traps against Lunalight, and we just sent them first because we don't have to worry about Fuva. We don't have to worry about Heavy Poly. We don't have to worry about Dark Ruler. All we need to do is we need to draw the good non-engine, which we play a lot of against Luna. And then they're probably going to have some dead board breakers in hand. We try to stop the Liger from coming out, and then we try to win that way. And then the Cherries also doubles as a card that I think Cherries is decent in the Yummy Mirror match. It's not auto win, but it throws your opponent into some awkward spots, especially if they don't respect it. Like if they go first action, summon Cupsy, activate effect of Cupsy, search surprise. It's a lot more difficult to get a field spell into the graveyard for Yummy, if that's the case. And yeah, it's just it's even if they respect it and they play around it a little bit, and they can search the field spell and then discard it and recycle 2 Snatchies, they're still playing 1 Snatchy down, and they also don't get to search surprise if they want to go Cupsy search field spell to play around Cherries. Yeah. 2 Drolls. Space reasons. Would have been 3 if I had more space. There's 1 Sangan, which was in the beginning it was 3. So let me tell you the idea behind Sangan. And the reason I really like it, I would have liked to play 3 Sangans in this deck. But so Sangan in Yummy is technically a 1-card combo. So you can side it going first to increase consistency for your deck. You can normal summon Sangan, make Almirage, and then search for Cookie or Lollipo. And both of these, so Sangan says you cannot activate the effects of the monster you search. However, the effect of the Yummies to special summon themselves does not activate. So when you Sangan into Almirage, you can special one of them, and that is now a full combo because you can go Cupsy Yummy way. So Sangan is a starter for this deck. However, I didn't want to just side deck more normal summons for going first that maybe clog up my hand. If I draw too much engine, I might just lose to board breakers if my opponent sides in for Yummy like Super Poly, Dark Ruler, and stuff like that. So Sangan, if you open it alongside other engine cards, like if you already have Sangan and Cookie, you just search a hand trap with your Sangan. Like the Sangan in this position just turns into an Almirage, which lets you special your other engine pieces, but it just transforms into the best non-engine for the matchup. Like if you're playing against Mitsu, Sangan is Droll. If you're playing against Draco Tail, Sangan is Retaliating Sea or Ash Blossom, and so on and so forth. And so that's that's what I liked about Sangan, and I wanted to play more just to increase the consistency for going first a little bit without actually losing like non-engine, right? Like it was a cool way to increase consistency without siding too much engine, basically, right? So I thought Sangan was kind of like the perfect bridge between side decking a card like Solemn Judgment for going first, because Solemn Judgment can never be engine, right? Like if you draw Solemn Judgment and Cupsy, that's cool. You now have full combo and Solemn Judgment, but if you only draw Solemn Judgment, you can't play. Now, if you only draw Sangan, that's your play. That's your yummy combo. If you draw Sangan plus Cupsy, Sangan gets you Droll Lockbird or whatever, right? So I like that. Would have liked to play more if space wasn't so incredibly tight. Leo Dancer for the cherries. Of course, a lot of people might wonder why do you play Leo Dancer and not Liger Dancer against Lunalight if that's the one you really care about. If you banish Leo Dancer from Lunalight, they cannot make Liger because Liger needs Leo Dancer as a material. So by banishing Leo Dancer, you basically get rid of the Leo Dancer and the Liger Dancer from their extra deck, which is neat. 3 Metal Tronus. This is basically exclusively for the mirror match. I didn't play any targets who played this in other matchups. I just felt like this was the best card in the mirror match to like, especially if your opponent makes like a little bit of an half board, or your opponent cannot set up surprise because you cherry them and stuff like that, then like Tronus really goes hard in the mirror match. I also side decked the 3rd copy of Triple Tactics Thrust because I just liked it so much when I was going second. Going first, I don't play a trap for it that isn't Purge or Imperm, so going first, Thrust is not as good in this deck. But going second, I really loved it in some matchups. And the last card is a Dark Hole. Dark Hole was awesome for me. In general, Dark Hole and Raigeki are decent in the current format. The reason why it's Dark Hole specifically is because of the mirror match. In the mirror match, in Yummy especially, it is very hard to extend if your opponent books your first play. Like let's say you normal summon a Cookie and your opponent books it with Cookie Yummy Way. A lot of your possible extenders now do not work anymore. You know, like depending on your version, you cannot special Marshmallow, you cannot activate Obedience Schooled, so you cannot thrust for Obedience Schooled either. And you also cannot activate Engage if you play it. So a lot of ways to extend typically do not work after you get booked with Cookie. So I decided to play a Dark Hole for a thrust target. So in theory, if I have any of these extenders, I can thrust for Dark Hole, clear my board and their board, and then use the extenders to keep playing. And Dark Hole is honestly also just a really good card to draw in a lot of matchups. Like generally, it's not like it's a thrust target, but I didn't mind drawing it. Like it's a pretty fine card. It also outs Ibli, which some people were doing with Yummy. So like Dark Hole was pretty nice for me. And that was my my side deck plan. So basically, it's really tight. I would have actually liked to play a couple more cards. I would have liked to play 3 Drolls. I would have liked to play 3 Sangans for going first. That would have made the deck a lot more unfair for going first. I would have liked to play 1 D barrier for thrust when I'm going first to be better under Fuva and so on. But like it was just so tight. Also because the Leo Dancer had to go into the side deck. Maybe I could have made space in the extra deck for the Leo Dancer, but that was my biggest struggle on Friday before registration. Was like, which of these do I actually need in the extra deck? I think looking back, maybe the IP is not 100% necessary. Maybe this one is not 100% necessary. I would play Starham and Silvera again, but these two might be able to be cut for Leo Dancer and Typhon, and then you have a side deck space as well. But for now, this is I was pretty happy with the list for the theory that went into it, for the time that I had. I thought it was pretty decent. So if I say I was happy with the list, then what was I unhappy with? Because obviously I did not make day 2 I went 6-3, which is not a terrible result, but I'm also obviously not happy with it. I noticed that I wasn't playing as well as I should have or could have with this deck, which I don't think. So essentially, the way my tournament ran, I lost round 2 to Memento because I misplayed in game 3. It's very hard for me to retell the exact situation because it's Memento, and the Memento games tend to be a little bit messy. Just for the sake of it, basically, the situation came down to my opponent had a Caesar. I was able to play through my opponent's entire board. There was only one Caesar left, and I had a Yummy Surprise in my hand as basically my last card. I think it was my last card, and I thought, I looked at their graveyard. I see a bunch of Mementos. I see Combined Creation. My life points were at 4,000 because I paid for Piri Rise map, and they had no cards in hand and nothing else but the Caesar, and I think they had the Memento Field spell. And in my head, it's like, okay, my only line here is activate Surprise and hope they don't negate it with the Caesar. Which they, of course, they did negate it. And I just thought I'm dead next turn, right? And then I passed, and then they drew, and then I realized, and they realized that they didn't have enough Mementos in the graveyard to bring back Combined Creation. I looked at their grave, I saw 5 Mementos, but it was 5 Mementos including Combined Creation. So they had 4 Memento names, Combined Creation, and a Caesar on the board, which meant that if they don't draw a Memento name, they actually can't bring back the Combined Creation. So I was actually not guaranteed dead if they don't draw a Memento, and they didn't draw a Memento. So all they had was just go Battle Phase and attack me with the Caesar. And then on my next turn, I ended up drawing Dark Hole, which, if I still had the Surprise from last turn in my hand, I Dark Hole the Caesar, and then my Surprise is actually full combo because I have Cup Scene Grave. But because I had used the Surprise on the previous turn, thinking it was my only way to win, the Dark Hole now did nothing. And they still won. Just because I missed the fact that I wasn't dead to their follow-up. Because they had no follow-up, and I didn't realize that. I was like, okay, Memento has infinite follow-up. Anyways, I didn't properly count the Mementos in their grave, and so I lost that round. So I lost round 2, and then I lost one game to Draco Tail because I reacted a little bit too fast to their, like, it was like I summoned Cupsy as summon 3, and at this point my hand was like Talents and Surprise. So Cupsy was summon 3, they ashed it, they had 2 cards left in hand. I knew one of them was a Molulu because they added it back with Arthalion. And I was like, okay, even if I tag out here and I get nibbed after, I can win with the Surprise alone. And then, so basically, the right play here, if I get ashed on Cupsy, is to just say okay, then go Talents, look at hand, take away the only unknown card, and then keep playing with the Surprise is basically a guaranteed win. But I tagged out into 2 monsters from my graveyard. Then I got nibbed, and then I realized I had banished my Link Spider for Prosperity. So Surprise plus Nip token actually wasn't combo for me. And then they top decked like the best possible card they could have to punish that. But I just, in a blink of a second, I'm like, oh yeah, I beat Nibiru here, so I can tag out with the Cupsy for the extra value. And then I realized, like 2 seconds after, I realized I actually don't have the best possible line under Nibiru available. Which is just like, these are things like, the thing with these misplays is not that I saw them like a split second too late. So something that I need to work on is, I think it's just a focus issue. I don't think my preparation was bad. I don't think my deck list was bad. I just feel like I've been playing not focused enough recently. This keeps happening where I'm good enough to see my mistakes at least, but I make them and then I realize them like a split second too late, and I don't know where that's coming from. I'm not really used to that because I used to not play like this, which is, it's kind of throwing me off at the moment. Do you think, am I getting old? I have no idea, because like this is very often in Yu-Gi-Oh where the skill comes from. This is what makes the difference between going X0 or X1 or X3, because you're usually not meant to win every single one of your rounds. You're meant to lose some of them. If everyone plays perfectly, then you're not always winning, but like you're meant to like capitalize on these situations where you really have to play perfectly to win your games. And I used to do that more. I used to have a lot of games where I felt like my opponent should have won if they played perfectly, but then I clutched it out somehow. I saw a line that could win if they mess up a little bit, and then they did, and then I, end up winning. And in recent, I noticed this in recent friggin' weeks or months, that I've been making more of these like unconcentrated mistakes, which is something I need to work on. But the good news is, at least I have something to work on. At least I know the reason why I'm not performing at the moment, which is, I guess, a positive thought in all of this, because it's not like I can blame my deck. My deck was supposed to beat the Draco Tail deck that I lost to, and it was supposed to beat the Memento deck that I lost to. So it was fine. I had one match that I couldn't win, which is fine. That happens. I had one match where I just lost because their hands were really good. It was like, Game 1, I won a very quick game. Game 2, I lost a very quick game because they went first, combo, plus talents, plus called by. So I lost. And then Game 3, I went first. I got double Fuvad. I had no out to Fuva. I made Snatchy plus 2 level 1s. I had double surprise, and I had Droll in hand. And then they went Duster, Chain Droplet, and had a hand that played through Droll. So I'm like, like that's okay to lose that. I couldn't really, I had no agency in that game. That happens. But that was just one out of my losses. The other two I definitely could have won. So my preparation was okay in terms of deck building. I think the theory that went into this deck was good. I think I still have the theory that it needs to build good decks. I just need to work on on how I handle my like concentration and stuff like that. That is something I need to definitely improve if I want to keep competing at the level that I'm used to. And I also, if I want to participate in the Worlds race this year, I need to step up my my game in that regard. So yeah, I don't know. It's tough though. It's hard. It's hard to be in this position where you basically have no one to blame but yourself for not performing at a YCS. But I guess it is a lesson to be learned. I mean, I've learned this lesson in the past, I suppose. I've been in this position before. It's just I felt like maybe I'm off my peak, and during my peak this didn't happen very often. And yeah, I don't know. I'll see if I can get back to that. Too many Master Duel minigames? I guess maybe in recent years I've been practicing different skill sets on Master Duel, because Master Duel does take different skills. But like it is harder to miss like a trigger or forgetting about something in Master Duel because things glow. I don't know, maybe it's that. But no matter what it is, it's not gonna discourage me from trying to solve it again. But I think I can. I think I still have it. We'll find out, I guess. It is because you played too much Master Duel. Your brain is used to digital platform. This is a known issue in chess world, where players during COVID played too much online chess, and then over the board games they felt unusual. It'll just fix in time. Yeah, maybe it's that. Maybe it is that, because I've been noticing the same at like at locals and regionals, where I feel like my play just isn't as sharp as it used to be. That is definitely a thing. So I'll have to try and get back to that. I think that's it. The skills for Master Duel and TCG are so different. Maybe it's yeah. I mean, I've been play. I mean, I never stopped playing the TCG, but I definitely played it less over the last couple of years. Which, I mean, playing less is gonna obviously impact how well you do or how good you are. Because like for the last couple of years, I've always gone to YCSs, but there were definitely some seasons especially where I didn't try hard as much, right? Like I didn't, because in 2023 I qualified for the Master Duel World Championship and then we won it, so we were guaranteed to go back in 2024, which took a lot of pressure off of my shoulders, right? Like it was like I was playing less regionals in general. I was less like it was less important to get points at YCSs, so I prepared a little less, I think. But we'll see. It is definitely something that I'm interested to figure out. It's something that I'm learning about myself, even after playing this game for over 20 years, is that apparently there are things that even once you've learned them, you can unlearn them, or you can get worse at certain aspects. Because I don't think, a lot of these mistakes I would not have made in the past, I feel. But it's okay. We'll see how it goes. I'm not discouraged by it, at least not yet. But yeah. What is the next event you'll play? Is it this weekend or will you stream Anaheim? I will stream Anaheim both days. There's kind of a weird situation in Europe where there is almost no regionals in October, at least in Germany. So I guess I can update you a little bit on the schedule, because of course the regionals I'm going to will affect the streaming schedule a little bit. But I'm going to be live every weekend for October. Because I have no regionals planned in October, because they are either, I know there are some, I know there's the Swiss Open, but like the Swiss Open is too far and too small, in my opinion. Like it has room for 200 players, which is 25 points, and it's like over 5 hours from me. So I'm not trying to do that. I was thinking about it, but I don't know. But and also the thing is, like, November, for some reason November is absolutely stacked with regionals. So the streaming schedule in November is going to be different. I'm gonna have to think of a solution for that, because in November there's the German Open. There's another huge regional on, like, so the German Open is the 1st of November, which is a Saturday. Then the 2nd of November is another huge regional in Germany. Then the week after is the French Open, which I'll be going to, which apparently the French Open has room for 1,000 players, which is like, that's crazy. That's over 100 points. That's more points than a YCS. The week after, I'll be going to Liège Regional, which is in Belgium. Then there's YCS Bologna. So like literally in November, I'm gone every weekend. I'm gone every weekend in Bologna to play regionals and YCSs. So October is like the calm before the storm. I'm actually not unhappy about having less tournaments to go to in October, because November is going to be very stressful. But yeah, for November, I'll probably have to think of some way to make up for all those streams that I would be missing. But we'll see about that. Oh yeah, someone was asking about chain blocking Cupsy. I forgot. Chain blocking Cupsy. So chain blocking Cupsy is something you can do if you open 2 names. If you want to play around your opponent ashing your Cupsy. Worth noting, by doing this, you are you are exposing yourself to imperm on Cupsy a little bit, but there's technically also a way to play around that, but I'll show you. Okay, so if you want to chain block a Cupsy, you normal summon it, you don't use the effect, you link it off for Snatchy. Snatchy places you minion. Then you special Lollipop from your hand. And what you can do now is you go minion effect, try to revive the Cupsy, chain Snatchy to synchro summon, and then you make Cupsy Yummy Way, and then these two come out in basically the same chain, and then you can go chain link 1 Cupsy, chain link 2 Cupsy Yummy Way, which chain blocks the Cupsy from Ash Blossom, which is something you can do to respect Ash, to guarantee that you have Yummy Surprise in your hand. Something you can take this one step further. You can technically play around imperm here as well. I'm not sure how bad that is into Nibiru, however. Let me quickly think about that. So you would normal summon Cupsy, no effect. Link 1, Snatchy, place minion. Special Lollipop, special Cookie. So that's 4 summons. Then you make another Link 1. That would be 5 summons, but if you get nibbed right here, you still have Link Spider revive with minion, so it's fine. And then you can go chain link 1 minion, target Cupsy, chain link 2 Snatchy, make Cupsy Yummy Way. Yeah, this works if you have 3 names. If you have 3 names, this works too, because here you can go chain link 1 Cupsy, chain link 2 Cupsy Yummy Way, and now if your opponent has imperm, you just chain Snatchy and synchro away the Cupsy. So this technically, if you have 3 names, you can basically guarantee your Cupsy search. They would have impermed the Snatchy though. I think imperming Snatchy is usually not very good. So I would not expect everyone to imperm the Snatchy, no. Especially if your opponent goes normal summon Cupsy, no effect, and then makes Snatchy, they have an extender. You know they have an extender, because if you have Cupsy 1-card combo, you always activate Cupsy. If they go normal summon Cupsy, no effect, you know they have more names in hand. So imperming this is not a good idea. In these instances, if you're wondering how to use imperm against Yummy, I think if they start with one of these two and make the link 1, and your hand is not great, I think imperming it is okay. But like usually, I think holding imperm for your own turn is better. Or hold it for Cupsy in a situation where there's no Snatchy on the board. Then imperm is okay. But for the most part, I think imperming Herald is the best thing. Like, yeah. Because they are so likely to play through an imperm that I would not advise, imperming the link 1. But yeah. Okay, that's how you chain block Cupsy. Even another tip, I suppose, something I noticed when playing against Dracotail, or also testing Dracotail. I don't know, some of you have probably been doing this, but a lot of people, when they're playing against Yummy, even when they're playing Dracotail, think that the moment you Nibiru is when this is the board, right? Like there's other stuff, but like when they have Marcher, like after they make Marcher and summon Cupsy, people usually nib the Yummy deck. One thing you can do, if your deck really cares about Herald of the Arclight, you just let them make the Herald. I think with Dracotail, I would always do this. Just let them make the Herald, because they only have 1. And then let them do their entire combo. And then when they try to leave the main phase, just nib them, and they are forced to negate it with the Herald, which means the 1 of Herald is gone. So your Dracotail deck actually functions. Also, because they negate the activation of the Nibiru, they cannot Talons or Thrust you. Which is a lot better. So yeah, I think that's another decent tip at playing against Yummy with Dracotail. There's a reason not to wait till the end of main phase. They can big brain SP. Yeah, okay. I mean, you basically, if your Nibiru is getting negated anyways, then I suppose you can also just do it immediately, but you should still wait for a spot where it makes sense. Because there's also, if your opponent is really 5-head and they have more gas left in the tank, they could let the Nibiru resolve, especially if they have thrust, and then just play after, which is hypothetically possible. So I feel like you should wait at least until, maybe wait until they can reasonably make the SP without losing everything, and then Nib. Yeah, that's fair. Wow. Thoughts about running Shamisen to recycle Herald? I think it's weird in a regular Yami deck. I think it makes a lot of sense in Yami Mitsu. I think in a regular Yami deck, I don't think it makes sense, because the problem is that the Sorrow Cat recycles Nibiru, recycles Herald only during your own turn, right? It's an ignition effect. So if it only matters if you get to make Herald, then your opponent stops, does like the Nibiru thing or whatever, and then you immediately want to make another Herald, or like for follow-up turns. But I think the follow-up turns, like Yami grinds well enough in the follow-up turns. Yeah. Question: how can Yami out Liger? Easy answer: it cannot. There's no out to Liger in this deck. You have to stop them with hand traps. You can hypothetically, if they just don't activate the effect, out it with you can out it with a big boost from the field spell, but then of course they just wipe your board in the battle phase. So yeah. Why did you choose Yami over Dracotail? What were your choices? Okay, so the reason, I said it earlier, but the reason I played Yami was basically dimensional barrier. I thought Yami, Mitsu, and Dracotail were all pretty close in power level, and I honestly liked all three decks. I kind of like Yami, Mitsu, and Dracotail. I like how they play. I actually kind of vibe with all three. So I think it came down to me being like, okay, I think with Yami I have the most agency because there's less powerful floodgates against Yami. There's powerful cards against Yami, like Dark Ruler, Super Poly, Fuva, but all of those cards leave you with agency after you're hit with them, right? Like against Fuva, I'll make a half board. Against Super Poly, I have options to play after with Surprise and whatnot. Against Dark Ruler, same thing. I have Surprise in my non-engine, like I can play the game. If I go second with Dracotail or Mitsu and my opponent debarriers me, I feel like there's nothing I can do, and that was kind of like throwing me off, which is why I would really like cards like debarrier finally being hit on the TCG ban list, but it is what it is. Yeah, basically. Did you consider Ibli? I did not. I think, especially with the build that I played with 3 Piri Rise map, Ibli could have been a pretty good option. I just didn't really learn about it. I didn't think of it. No one brought it up to me, so I did not consider Ibli. I was pretty happy with the Sangan in theory, so I'm not sure if I would have played Ibli over the Sangan, but I think with 3 Piri Rise map to also just search Ibli as a good normal summon, I think it could be a good option to play. I think some people played it and some people did pretty well with it. Yeah, there was a couple of Iblis in, I think here, yeah, there was one of the Italians in top 8 who played Ibli in Yami. Basically, if you're wondering how this works, you make 2 synchros, and then you make gigantic, and then you summon Ibli, and then you give your opponent the Ibli, and then you even make beat cop to give the Ibli a counter so it cannot crash, which is pretty good against cards like Super Poly, which I think for YCS Lille was a pretty good call. And especially with the triple Piri Rise map, I could have considered that because it would have also made my life a lot easier against cards like Nibiru. But yeah. The thing is, once this catches on, people can play Droplet, people can play Lingeribo, and so like who knows if this is going to be a good thing moving forward. I think for this event it was a good call. But moving forward, we'll see how it develops. I think in my list, it would have made sense over the one of Sangan in the side deck, like as a target for Piri Rise map. and just like a good normal summon, and then make room in the extra deck for like the Gigantic and the Beat Cop probably would have been possible. So yeah. Yeah. Would you in the future consider straying away from the pure builds and, for example, try Yamimitsu or Dracotail branded? I mean, I think Dracotail branded for the most part is still like a Dracotail deck. Like at least the versions that have been played at YCS Lille, they just played like two branded fusion, one Albaz. Like this is basically, I consider this deck still a pure Dracotail deck, just choosing to run branded fusion over like extra copies of Cartesia, right? And so yeah. Yo, it's me. Yeah, it's Jordan. Also, I'm very happy that people are playing 3 Dracotail traps. I really like playing 3 Dracotail traps in this deck. I think it makes a lot of difference in this deck. I like it a lot. I know it sucks to draw the traps, but like realistically, I think you need them in Dracotail for the extra bit of grind and sealing. Oh, yeah. Draw 3 do be insane. I don't think it's about that. I just think like in a format where everyone plays Ash and Bell, it's very exploitable if you only play 2 Dracotail traps. Because if you just let if your opponent only plays 2 traps, you can basically outgrind Dracotail by letting the first one resolve and then just ashing or belling the second one. And then they basically are out of trap cards, which means that if you can just survive for a couple turns, they're in trouble. Because they just run out of targets for the Dracotails. So if your deck has like any kind of survivability, any kind of half board that you can make, like a realistic win con going second against Dracotail is just Ash or Bell the second Dracotail trap, and then win the game in the long run, right? So I think the third trap is necessary. And also, Dracotail Sting is very, very good. Like, unironically, I think if you cut a Dracotail trap from Dracotail, it's Horn. I don't think it's Sting. It's what I would personally... If I was only playing 2 in this deck, I would cut Horn. I would not cut Sting. I think Sting is crazy. But yeah. In terms of Yamimitsu, I think Yamimitsu is a valid option. I just wanted to focus on the non-engine for this event, basically. I wanted to play the Ash Bell Purge and all that. I didn't want to play more engine, but that, I mean, of course, that concept works as it's been shown by Triff in Lima. Well, yeah, I think this format's interesting. I like this format a lot. I'm motivated to start testing for YCS Bologna soon, and also I have a bunch of regionals in November, so we're definitely gonna use this October well. We're gonna be focusing on TCG and some Genesys as well. I have some Genesys content planned for October. Like I said earlier, I'm uploading my Genesys Dragon Ruler deck profile that I played at YCS Lille. I'm uploading that later today. So if you're waiting for this, you can go ! my YouTube. It's gonna be out in like 2.5 hours or something. And then I have some stream content regarding Genesys planned as well. Like, we're going to do some remote dueling with viewers so people can show off their Genesys brews and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. Can we watch the Fire King deck? I mean, there's no need for me to react to Dinka's Fire King deck because, you know, it's on my channel. And I was there when he was testing it for YCS Lille. I was testing with Ka a little bit. I mean, the idea was obviously his, but it was a consideration for me. I thought about playing that deck too. I wasn't gonna make the same mistake twice and just disregard Dinka Bui's Fire King idea like I did at YCS Birmingham. Like, for YCS Birmingham, I also knew he was gonna play Fire King, but I didn't really think much of it. So this time I actually took some proper time, and I was like, okay, if Dinka thinks that Fire King is a viable option for this tournament, I'm gonna take some time and test with him. And I was close to playing Fire King. My main concern with Fire King was the time rules, because I felt like the deck was really grindy, and even going second, it was mostly focused on engine, and like you were trying to like play into boards, and and like set up Astero and stuff like that. So I was a little afraid that people were gonna like scoop too late because they don't realize the exact potential of the direct cards and all that kind of stuff. Yeah. That deck's playable in Genesys? Yeah, it's good in Genesys too. Yeah. But yeah. All right. We've got some lunch to be eaten and a video to be watched that I was actually part in, and I forgot I was part in it. I forgot I contributed to this a while ago, but there's a video from Out of Characters called The Case for Playing Bricks in Yu-Gi-Oh!, which touches on a very, very relevant topic, I believe, which is engine requirements, which is something that I personally hate. I personally hate playing engine requirements. You know this about me. I suffer every time I have to put a Cyframe driver into my deck or anything of that nature. But I, of course, understand that there's sometimes a need and sometimes that these cards are actually optimal to play. But I feel like this is an interesting discussion topic. I like, you know, topics like this.
If you play Dotscaper, you're behind, read a tweet by pro player and YouTuber PackTCG on February 4th, 2025. Once a common engine choice in Malice, Dotscaper had vanished from the 4 lists that pushed through the top 16 at YCS Orlando just a few days prior. The card was typically banished off of the effective red ransom, allowing it to special summon itself to the field to extend a combo. It had assisted players in making some of the most costly boss monsters in the deck, which had subsequently been removed from lists that made it that far. It was not a card you wanted to see. It was not a card you wanted to draw. Dotscaper was a Garnet. If you're new to Yu-Gi-Oh!, Garnet is a bit of common jargon in the game. It refers to cards that you have to play for your strategy, but don't want to see in your opening hand.
How many Garnets are there in this deck?
I'll count them. I don't know a lot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8, 9. Oh no, there weren't. No, there were 2 Zephyrs. About 16 or so.
16 Garnets?
A third of your deck is Garnet.
What the fuck?
The quintessential Garnet is the card the term is named after,
Classic Duncan.
Gem-Knight Garnet. Back before Gem-Knight was a deck that went second in OTK'd, or went first in FTK'd, it was a deck that didn't really do anything at all. However, it did possess one singular good card, Brilliant Fusion. Brilliant Fusion is a continuous spell that lets you fusion summon using materials from your deck, and if you've played Yu-Gi-Oh! At any
And this is where my hate for it started. From the beginning, I hated playing with Brilliant Fusion. I think this is the first example of this that I remember, which is probably why it's called Garnet. I can't think of an older one. Even though I feel like we've talked about this before. I think there were older examples, but I didn't play those.
time within the last 10
Oh yeah, Genix Undyne and Controller. That was the one. That was the first one, yeah.
years,
I already hated the
How
controller.
good of an effect that is. Using Brilliant Fusion to summon Gem-Knight Seraphinite got you access to a monster, the ability to send a light monster from your deck to the graveyard, and a second normal summon, which basically made it the best extender you could have for a period of about 5 years. Entire meta-relevant decks were built around it before it got limited in January of 2019 and banned in January of 2020. You might think that Brilliant Fusion is broken, and it certainly is, but it does have a couple of glaring drawbacks. The fusion materials you use with it must come from the deck, so if you draw all of them, you are no longer able to use Brilliant Fusion.
Oh wait, you can't even use the Brilliant Fusion because he drew the Garnet.
Yeah.
60 card deck, he drew the Garnet.
Yeah, he's got 2 dead cards actually.
I don't like his deck building.
This might not be so bad if these cards were decent.
I don't like his deck building. It's crazy, considering how it's probably correct in 60 to not play multiple Garnets.
In their own right, and warranted playing multiple copies, so let's take a read of Garnet and...
This card is useless.
For most decks, Garnet is the best card you can play to make Brilliant Fusion work, with other choices only being preferable in specific strategies, and also awful to draw. Brilliant Fusion isn't the only card that worked like this. In the years following 2015, a number of cards were printed and saw meta viability that copied Brilliant Fusion's homework. 3 busted
I hate all of them.
cards you want to play, 1 terrible card that you have to play.
I've seen some posts in Zodiac from casual players that don't understand why people play 3 Brilliant Fusion and 1 Garnet, or a 3-star rotation and 1 Oracle Zephyra, and they're like, why do you want to play cards that are terrible to draw? And one of the things that's really happened in the last year, maybe 2 years of Yu-Gi-Oh! Is that we've gotten a ton of powerful cards that require you to play awful cards to compensate for them. And I think that's hilarious. I think that's...
I disagree. I guess I see where you're coming from. And I do understand why people play it, but I hate it.
I think that's a cool way to design.
No, it's
I
not.
don't want to say broken cards, but powerful cards for sure.
No, it's not.
Though the theory behind these risky cards was often debated by casual players, the results didn't lie. Decks playing Garnet to enable strong playmakers achieve top after top after top after top after top. These cards were strong starters, strong extenders, strong disruption, and all played awful cards to make it happen.
Okay, let me explain. I 100% understand that these cards are good and that it's a lot of the times correct to play them. The reason why I don't think it's good design is because you're making it's just a way to introduce arbitrary variance into the game of Yu-Gi-Oh, which I'm just not a fan of. Like, I'm not a fan of winning a game because my opponent has drawn an unusable card. I'm not a fan of losing a game because I've drawn an unusable card, and I'm not a fan of having access to an overly powerful card just at the cost of basically playing a completely dead card in my deck as well, right? Like I just don't think that is a good and healthy concept, because like and it's not as simple as saying like, oh, just don't play those cards, because sometimes it is optimal to play those cards because the gamma is just that powerful, right? But it just introduces an aspect of luck into the game that has nothing to do with skill at all, which is just, am I going through a tournament and drawing the driver like never, or like multiple times, right? And this is like, yeah, I don't know. I think it's I don't think it's good design, but I think it's I can see why people disagree with that, but I personally don't like it.
A couple of these cards even aged gracefully, and we'll get into why that might be, but one thing you might notice is that all of the cards I'm talking about were printed prior to 2018. You might think this is a flavor of the time thing, like how in 2024 Konami really liked monsters in the spell trap zone, and monsters that special summon themselves when searched, and monsters that did both. This isn't really true though, because Garnet heavy packages never really stopped getting printed. After the April 2020 rules revisions, we saw the introduction of stuff like the Dragoon package, DPE, the Adventure engine, the Examina engine, and Silhouette Rabbit. These cards were
all of it.
Were flashes in the pan, around for a format or two and then gone. You can argue about the conditions around them that enabled their viability, but many of these have been available in formats of late like Master Duel and have not been the correct choices at the highest levels. If people were behind before, they've been catching up. The fall-off in choices like these highlight a general shift in deck-building philosophy that has taken place within the last couple of years. As the quality of engine cards has increased, more space in any deck has to be dedicated to non-engine. Let's take a look at the top 32 deck lists of the last 4 NAWCQs and compare their non-engine counts. This year, decks like Malice have pushed the envelope for non-engine, with these cards making up 46% of space in deck lists across the total field. In 2024, when Tenpai was viable, top 32 decks were 43% non-engine on average, which is higher than 2023 and 2022.
That's an interesting stat to look at. I haven't looked at it that way. Yeah, I guess the non-engine count in Yu-Gi-Oh has gone up.
Heavy decks similar to Fur Hire, Plants, or Branded did not crack top 32 at this year's NAWCQ, with the last hint of Memento being eliminated in top 64. Beyond that point, non-engine composed at least 40% of each player's deck minimum. As engines have become more compact and explosive, players need higher numbers of hand traps or board breakers to be able to defeat their opponents. The ideal of opening 1 to 2 hand traps of yesteryear has turned into 2 to 3 today, which puts a heavy incentive to cut any engine pieces you don't need and don't want to draw. In a Twitter thread from January of 2025, Yu-Gi-Oh! Streamer and ardent out-of-characters fan Peeps YGO discussed how wide the applications this trend in deck building had, ranging from recently meta-relevant strategies like Fiendsmith Kashtira to rogue decks like Shark.
Reevaluating the common consensus around deck lists has been the most engaging experience for me in the modern metagame. I'm playing a Shark list that sets up one Toad, Kraken, Virtue Stream as its end board, and it's more than enough. Shaved all the bricks. I cut ancient...
January 25. I'm playing a Shark list that sets up one Toad, one Kraken, one Virtue Stream. I'll be honest with you, in January 25, I think a lie has been told. I think a lie has been told that one Toad, Kraken, and Virtue Stream is enough of an endboard in January 25. Because if I remember correctly, that was Ryzeal and Malice format.
Gear box from Striker Machine.
I
I'm
think
playing
we lied.
low to the ground and playing impactful non-engine. It feels so good. The cards I'm drawing are usable.
Garnets like Ancient Gearbox can be nice to have to make certain combos more efficient or powerful, but they bring the average quality of your opening hands down. In order to main deck the proper amounts of non-engine to be able to play when you go second, these cards are the first to be put on the chopping block. You need to draw cards that either help you combo or stop your opponent, which means even a couple Garnets might be a contributing factor to a deck being rogue when compared to tier 1 strategies. Due to large attendance and extra rounds of Swiss required for 8-person top cuts, players at YCSs are playing more rounds now than ever before. If you play enough rounds, you will draw Garnets, and you will lose matches because of them. One of the biggest changes wrought by modern Yu-Gi-Oh! Is this need for consistency. Though there are a variety of traits you can use to judge decks in Yu-Gi-Oh!, two of the most important are consistency and power. The height of power in Yu-Gi-Oh!, the first turn kill or FTK, has been in the game for over 20 years now.
What is this?
The prevalence of one-card combos and cards that double as starters and extenders are not power creep, but consistency creep. Increased consistency allows decks in Yu-Gi-Oh! To play through more and more low-impact disruption, with cards that were turn-ending in years past merely becoming a nuisance to decks today. Creep in consistency thus requires higher counts of non-engine to attempt to put a stop to these combos. This creates a bit of a vicious cycle, with new cards and archetypes being designed with even greater consistency to accommodate these high hand trap counts. This pattern squeezes out any card that is not absolutely necessary for the engine or the non-engine, making Garnets way more of a drawback now than they might have been in years past. Scaper was not the only Garnet in Malice. Alliance Insight, dropping at the beginning of May for the TCG, introduced quite a bit of powerful support for the deck in the form of 2 new main deck cards, as well as Backup, Wizard, and Allied Code Talker at Ignister. These cards added extension, consistency, and endboard pieces to the Malice deck that it did not have.
In this regard, I want to say one thing is like, I've come to terms with engine requirements as a whole, like being a thing. I think there are some that I'm much more willing to play than others. And I'm always happy when, like, or happier when something like that happens, rather than something being a full-on brick. Like, something like Flamberge, I think, was pretty bad design. Something like Malice in the Mirror, on the other hand, and you're not going to hear me say this often about a Malice card, but I think Malice in the Mirror is a completely fine designed card in that sense, because drawing the card actually had a purpose. Like, drawing Malice in the Mirror, even though you usually preferred not to, which is why it was a one-of, is not as bad. And the same is true for Wizard at Ignister. Like, those cards, if you just look at them through the lens of, is this a Garnet, is this a brick, I think they are much better designed than something like a Cypherem Driver or a Flamberge, because they can actually be used when they're drawn. And now, of course, some people are going to well actually me and say, like, okay, sometimes you can discard Flamberge for Nightmare Phoenix going second and it's insane. Yeah, sure, of course, there are some situations where Flamberge was okay, but in general, just like slapping a whole bunch of power on a card, on an archetype, just by introducing essentially a brick 95% of the time, I think was not very good design. In regards to like the philosophy I have when it comes to Garnets.
Before, solidifying its tier 1 status in a higher powered format. When these cards were sleeved up, something had to be put in the binder, and which cards those would be.
So you mean Star Ryziel is a worse designed card than Malice? Not as a whole, no. If you just look at it through the lens of Garnets, yes, I think Star Ryziel is a pretty poorly designed card. Star Ryziel is a pretty poorly designed card in general. But I'm not talking about like the power level of Malice here. I'm talking about the design of specifically Malice in the Mirror and Wizard at Ignister. This has nothing to do with which deck I like more. You know, like there are decks that I really like, but then there's individual cards in them that I think are designed poorly, and then there's archetypes that I don't like Malice, but then I think there's cards inside Malice that are designed well. Like, I think Malice in the Mirror is a fine designed card.
Became clear following YCS Providence just a few days later.
Brick is not bad design though. Why every card needs to be valuable in hand? Yeah, Bricks is bad design. That is my point. I think having a card in your hand that does nothing is bad. I think that is a bad playing experience, and I think that is bad design, because that is something you have no control over and has nothing to do with skill, which I think Yu-Gi-Oh! Should be about. I think incentivizing people to play cards that do nothing when being drawn is not good. I don't like that.
Most lists that made Top Cut had cut Malice code TB11, the new allied code Talker, and opted to side deck Malice code GWC06. These decisions...
If a deck doesn't FTK, they deserve the bricks. Okay, here's my solution. Make the deck not an FTK. How about that? I think if a deck FTKs, I don't think an FTK combo becomes okay because the deck bricks sometimes. That is my point. I think it is, I think it's not good design if you say, okay, this deck FTKs, but at least it's got some bricks. Okay, cool. Now you've introduced two forms of terrible gameplay at once. It's an FTK deck and there's bricks in it. Like, it's...
were made in private testing circles, and Jibriel Braithwaite from Team JNC made it to top 8 piloting a list like this. Pack, a testing partner of his, made another tweet that received a bit of attention.
You're behind? No, I'm not. I don't play Dot Scraper.
I'm sorry, man. You're behind.
This guy's behind, chat. He's behind, bro. What the fuck?
Guys, if you play Dot Scraper, you're behind, man.
Man, if you're not on Deep Sweeper, you're behind.
Yeah, if you're not on Deep Sweeper, you're behind.
You're behind.
You're behind.
If you main GWC, you're behind.
Dude, I forgot how much they memed on Pack for this.
If you play A-Code Talker, you're lost. This is not a video about monetized spreadsheets, and Pack wrote up an apology about the whole situation, so I won't waste any more time by digging.
Well, I mean, the situation was a little bit more nuanced than that, right? It wasn't... The tweet itself wasn't what the problem was. I feel like the problem was that I think it was something like he was selling spreadsheets that had combos including these cards and then posted that after a YCS or something. I don't know.
Digging up the drama today. However, what I do think is interesting is that these changes didn't exactly stick. By July, everyone was behind and lost because Allied Code Talker was back in extra decks, and for many, GWC06 was in the main.
So here comes that GWC. I think most players have been running it this weekend. There was a big discussion, I think, as to whether you still needed to run it. Now you have all the other tools available to you, and I feel like for a brief period of time everyone had decided not to run it, but now everyone's decided to put it back in again.
Of course, as metagames develop and new sets release, individual cards often enter and leave decks, but for Malice, the consensus became that these cards were worthwhile to have. There are a variety of factors that could have contributed to this backslide. Malice was often oversided against at Providence due to it being highly feared. As this was corrected, pilots could afford to cut cards like Nightmare Cerberus in favor of Allied Code Talker. With Bestials on the rise in Malice, GWC was a nice extender and important to keep crucial engine pieces like White Binder in rotation. Or, as Aditya Darap so eloquently put it,
do not cut this card. I have nothing to say, just don't cut it.
In my opinion, a reason these cards wormed their way back into decks is because there's a limit to the amount of engine cards you can cut. Let's compare Aditya's deck at the NAWCQ to another talented Malice player who had an honestly phenomenal year, Lucas Sacco. Lucas ended the 2024-2025 season with 5 YCS tops, including a top 8 finish at YCS Providence, which qualified him for the World's Points playoffs. For those unaware, 2 of the people that attended Worlds from North America achieved their spot in a 16-person bracket, composed of those who earned the most points from topping high-level events during the year. Win just 3 matches, and you're headed to Worlds, baby. In this event, Lucas picked this deck list, which was by no means standard. This isn't necessarily a bad thing. The best decks at tournaments often aren't standard. Lucas's deck opted to play a frankly unprecedented amount of non-engine, shaving cards like the third copies of Backup Ad Ignister and Marchhair for a whopping 23 total hand traps. GWC is not in this deck, main or side. Most controversially, the spell Malice in the Mirror is nowhere to be found, widely considered a one-of by most players. These last 2 cards are Garnets. They don't do anything on their own, and it makes sense to see them as optional when trying to include as much non-engine as you can when building a deck. Lucas made a reflection video on his performance in the points playoffs, and in it he goes over Game 2 of the first round of the tournament. Down a game and playing for his tournament life, his opponent both Lancias and Perulias him, making it difficult to put up disruption. He is able to make it to the classic Malice half-board of Red Ransom Pass, but it puts him in a sticky situation. Malice is an explosive deck. If Lucas can survive his opponent's turn, he has enough engine cards in rotation that he might be able to win even after facing down his deck's strongest counter in Lancia. However, he is not playing Malice in the Mirror, a card you would almost always search off of Red Ransom in this situation. His opponent, Nate Shimada, opens a copy of Ext Ryziel, allowing him to force out one of Lucas's spell traps early. Actually having Malice in the Mirror here could have at least denied his opponent the search off of Ext after it ate the Valen pop. Lucas desperately needed disruptions, and he just couldn't access enough of them here to save himself from losing this game. There are a variety of factors that contributed to Lucas's loss, and I definitely don't have the credentials that he does to analyze them properly, so I recommend checking out his video. Lucas playing Malice in the Mirror would have resulted in a completely different game down to the hands he might have drawn, and his opponent's hand even contained an unknown card that could have complicated the situation further. However, I do think this extreme approach to Malice was a problem for him at the NAWCQ. At the end of the video,
I mean, even like here's another thing with situations like these, right? This is basically a very, very good example of results-oriented thinking. It's like you take Malice, and we've all done this in the past. Like we've taken a card out of our deck or added a card into our deck and then lost or won the next game because of that decision and then immediately reverted it, right? Like I've been there before. I've taken out a certain card out of my extra deck and then the very next game I'm like, oh, if I had this here, I would win. So it goes right back in. But like theoretically, what you have to realize, and that's where the difficulty of deck building comes in, is that like just because you lost a game because you didn't play Malice in the Mirror does not even necessarily mean that the decision to cut it was actually incorrect, you know, because it always comes at a trade-off, because of course you had a reason to cut the card and you made that decision because you thought the card you put in instead does more when drawn than Malice in the Mirror would do for you overall in terms of your overall chances, you know. And that's one of the hardest parts in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is like making these decisions and then reflecting and evaluating like which ones were correct and which ones weren't, because you know, right? So like it's tough. It's a tough part of deck building in Yu-Gi-Oh! To make these decisions and then properly evaluate which ones were actually correct and which ones weren't, because just because you lost or you won does not mean you did everything right or did everything wrong, right?
He says this.
What I will do better is I'll definitely take a look at the decks that I'm going to play going forward, and I think that I need to play higher engine count decks. I think that if a better player has more engine, there's a better chance they break the board, even if the board is stronger, than trying to like nickel and dime the opponent to death with hand traps. I think that playing a larger engine would have been better for me for this event, at least for the main.
Yeah, I think that's also something that this is not always going to be true. It's not always better to play more engine than hand traps, or it's not even always correct to play hand traps in the first place. Sometimes you want to play breakers, sometimes you want to play hand traps, sometimes you want to play neither. You want to play more engine, as much consistency as possible, as much gas as possible. Sometimes you want to play a mix between breakers and hand traps. You have to make the right call like every time, right? This is basically something that I feel like you have to ask yourself this question over and over and over again for each individual event. And sometimes, like, of course, some people are going to have a preference, you know, like that's definitely a thing. Some people prefer the safety of playing more hand traps. Like think of Paleo, who's always been playing like a lot of hand traps. And then there's people who are maybe more comfortable on board breaker decks because they just like letting the opponent make a board and then breaking it and stuff like that. You know, there's definitely player preference, but I personally don't believe that one or the other is like always correct. I think people who prefer one or the other tend to think that that's always the correct way to do it, but I personally think the truth is usually somewhere in the middle. But I don't exclude myself from that point where like I have my bias towards the kind of play styles and deck building styles that I like to play with, and I tend to struggle, especially in formats where my preferred way of decks is not actually the best, you know, because I just keep telling myself, yeah, I can make Fiendsmith Control work Copium or whatever, and then it doesn't end up working, and I should have just played a different deck, right? But it's tough.
Deck. Main event.
This fable illustrates the dangers of going too far. It can be good to cut garnets, but for your deck to be able to perform properly going first, it still needs to be able to disrupt your opponent enough. If one side of the spectrum is consistency, the other side is power. Directly cutting garnets like Malice in the Mirror to benefit your consistency or increase your non-engine count can create a deck that is less powerful, which will also result in losing games that were potentially winnable. What makes deck building in Yu-Gi-Oh! So unbelievably interesting, even in Tier 0 formats, is this push and pull of consistency and power. As weird as it sounds given the game's reputation, building your deck to kill your opponent into the sun just isn't optimal in Yu-Gi-Oh! Decks built to make these sorts of boards are the embodiment of win more. Ideally, you only need enough disruptions to stop your opponent from playing, and each extra disruption is a card that is potentially cuttable to make your deck more consistent or versatile. However, that minimum number of disruptions is usually unclear, so when deck building you have to do your best to figure it out. It changes from format to format, matchup to matchup, game to game. These ideas directly dictate tweaks in card ratios to give players incremental advantages, and it's something that is very important to pay attention to when reviewing the current metagame or constructing your deck for an event. If you look for it in tournament results, you'll always see fluctuations, and these are a product of people playing with these thoughts.
And so what they're talking about right now, I do agree, this is an interesting aspect of Yu-Gi-Oh! Deck building. You know, how consistent can I make a deck? How much power can I sacrifice to make it as consistent as possible, to make it as resilient as possible, and so on and so forth. That is and that is even an interesting part that garnets contribute to. You know, I did say earlier, I hate the concept of garnets because I hate what they do to the actual games. You know, like the deck building aspect around garnets is interesting. Like what they're talking about right now, I agree with. That is an interesting part and an important skill in Yu-Gi-Oh! As well. What I'm criticizing about the garnets is how it actually feels when you play Yu-Gi-Oh! When those cards are being drawn. You know, because the deck building decision behind playing a garnet can be as interesting and as correct or incorrect, whatever. But when the card is being drawn, I just think worse Yu-Gi-Oh! Is being played, and that's something I don't like. But other than that, like I agree with all of the deck building aspects being interesting.
Whether they know it or not. It's very easy to take this information at face value and extrapolate on it based on current trends. Maybe next year, every deck at the NAWCQ will be 60% non-engine. Maybe Gamma will someday return to 3 because of the act of playing a deck with Psyframe driver is too unpalatable. However, what's important to understand is that these trends are responses to shifts made in card design. Though large non-engine counts were common at this past year's NAWCQ, certain engines like Vanquish Soul, Draco Tail, and K9 in the post-Justice Hunters format buck them by offering more powerful in-engine plays on the—
Yes, this is another thing. The non-engine count is not only a response to other decks in the format. Like you don't necessarily play 20 hand traps because you need 20 hand traps to stop Snake Eyes. That's half of the reason. The other half of the reason is you play 20 hand traps because your deck can play 20 hand traps. Like if you're playing if they're designing decks like Malice, which is just like minimal engine requirements, friggin' all one card combos, then yeah, people are gonna slap 20 plus non-engine into that deck. Shocker. What else are you gonna put? Like, yeah, you can put slightly more engine requirements, but realistically, the deck was powerful enough to win without those. So what's left? Like, yeah, I'm gonna play 20 plus non-engine in that deck, and that's true for a lot of one-card combo decks, even modern Yummy. Yes, the only difference between modern Yummy and other decks is that Yummy's power level in terms of the end board is a little more breakable. So I tend to think that makes it a little more acceptable. But in terms of just deck building wise, no one is surprised that Yummy is playing 20 non-engine because the deck is made to do that. Right? And that used to be an acceptable concept for certain decks, like, for example, Marincess. Marincess always was a deck like this, which played like efficient one-card combos, minimal engine requirements, and could play like 20 hand traps. So Marincess was like, it was one of the first examples of this that I can think of. There's maybe even older ones, but like, you know, the problem is that, or like the thing that happened in 2024 is that they just made a lot of those decks. They made a lot of those decks and they made them like not even less powerful than other decks, right? Like the thing with Marincess was always like, yeah, you get to play 20 hand traps, but your deck makes weaker boards than other decks. And then all of a sudden they make Snake Eyes and they're like, okay, your deck gets to play 20 hand traps, but is it weaker than other decks? No. Like it makes the best end board in the game right now. Or like Tenpai, your deck gets to play 24 hand traps, but is it weaker than other decks? No, it wins immediately. And so like it basically completely ruined this this graph that they showed a while ago where it said like, okay, between consistency and power, it's like, yeah, you get both. You just get both with Snake Eye and Tenpai and stuff now. And so like there's no reason to cut non-engine for more engine if your deck's all one card combos that kill the opponent.
The opponent's turn, supplanting the need for hand traps. Archetypes on the horizon, like Cool Tune, show this idea might turn into a regular design.
Fiendsmith, your deck can play 24 hand traps? Yeah, but until this day, if you think Fiendsmith control was a problem, I'll fight you.
Staple, reducing
because that deck actually had a fine power level.
Despite how nebulous this all is, I want to think there will always be a place for garnets required by cards that do something valuable that no other card can do. Malice in the Mirror is the only useful search target off of Red Ransom when you've been Lancia'd. Gamma and Delta were popular choices for certain decks at the NAWCQ to negate cards like Banished Malice Monsters and Mitsurugi Ritual. While I was working on this essay, I became very curious about Silhouette Rabbit, which is a card that uses a garnet and has been out of the format for a while. It's a negate and a spell trap pop. It never stopped being that just because everyone's Snake Eyes cards are now in a binder somewhere. Silhouette Rabbit hasn't seen a high play rate in the TCG since the death of the snakes last December, and it's kind of crazy considering it's a Link 2 that can put up 2 disruptions. That's arguably a better endboard piece than SP Little Knight, which has seen near ubiquitous play for the last 2 years.
No.
So, where did Rabbit go in 2025? The answer on the surface seems obvious. Garnets are bad. This card is bad going second. This card is bad going second. Silhouette Rabbit is bad. This isn't the full picture though, because in Snake Eyes format these cards are still bad going second. So why was Rabbit viable in the first place? I hit up 3 competitive players that I thought might respond to my Discord DMs. Eva Lees, Joshua Schmidt, and Dan Parker. Eva had a very new
why did you use that picture?
take on it, citing certain interactions in the format that made the card useful in Snake Eye.
It was a good card for Snake Eyes decks because Rabbit could pop the Tenpai field spell, which was very important in that format. It could also be used as a breaker playing into boards due to Snake Eyes Diabellstar summoning, and it was kind of the second best thing you could do with 2 bodies if you already had Masquerena in the tank. You're able to make this thing that gives you a trap, that gives you a summon negate, and also spell trap hop. It's pretty decent value.
Josh had other things to say on it.
I think Silhouette Rabbit's main issue is the fact you have to play a main...
Dude, I was like, I don't remember recording this for them. And now I realize I never did. Yeah, they asked me. I sent them a message and then they asked, can you record it? I forgot. Real voice.
Deck trap for it, which isn't ideal, and I think people are only willing to do this if absolutely necessary. Feels like Snake Eyes had ways of handling this just by pitching the trap for Diabellstar or Nightmare Phoenix when going
sounds
second.
Just like me.
Dan chalked it up to this.
Okay, so what did I say? Oh yeah, I still agree with this. Based Josh from July. I agree with my opinion from 3 months ago. Let's go. I didn't yap. No, I personally think, yeah, the Silhouette Rabbit was fine because Snake Eyes had ways to deal with bad cards in hand, even going second, like Diabellstar Droplet and shit.
Just by pitching the trap for Diabellstar or Nightmare Phoenix when going second.
Yeah. Dan chalked it up to this common and pivotal interaction.
The only way for the opponent to synchro summon into Azaroon was to chain 2 Tenpai monsters together. However, the synchro monsters Trident Dragon and Black Rose Dragon would unfortunately miss.
Did everyone else record theirs and mine is the only one using some random voice? I feel bad now.
Due to their own Tenpai monster effects, and if they try to kill the statue in battle, it would take down its attacker with it.
In 2024, Silhouette Rabbit served a niche. It was an important endboard piece. It was played in a deck that focused on summoning generic links that already made use of its 2 biggest competitors and hungered for more. It was a hard counter to one of the best decks in the format, but useful against many others. It required a garnet, but the engine you played it in had ways to deal with bad draws natively. It synergized with mechanics that summoned monsters from the spell and trap zone. All of these reasons made Rabbit and its corresponding brick worth playing, until the deck that accommodated it was obliterated. Now, 9 months later, things are changing again. Unlike during Nat's format.
It's funny because Silhouette Rabbit just won a YCS in Europe. But realistically, I guess really thinking about why Silhouette Rabbit saw play in Snake Eyes format and why it doesn't see play now. I think another argument to be made is also just the fact that like we have less archetypes at the moment that just like spit out link material like it's nothing, right? Like that, because ultimately that was also said about Snake Eye format. Like, yeah, people made Azaroon statue because Snake Eye just had so much link material that even after making IP Masquerena, Moon into Fiendsmith, whatever else, you still had bodies left over. And so people just made a Silhouette Rabbit because and made Appaloosa as well or whatever. And like, okay, well, let's make a Silhouette Rabbit 2. Why not? Let's insulate from board breakers even more by setting a trap card that doesn't care about like Dark Ruler and whatnot. I was like, okay, sure, I'll do that. And if I draw the trap, so what? If I'm going first, that's okay. If I'm going second, I'll pitch it for Diabell Star, whatever, right? We have less decks in the game right now that are legitimately just like Link slop, which like that's just what Snake Eyes was, right? Like a friggin' Link slop deck with infinite bodies. And most decks right now, like maybe Mitsurugi would consider playing Silhouette Rabbit, but they don't have enough Link material to make both IP Masquerena and Silhouette Rabbit. Like, and if you have the choice between Silhouette Rabbit and IP Masquerena, you're always making IP Masquerena because IP into SP, first of all, is better, and second of all, doesn't require a brick, right? And so like that's a very natural decision. So I don't. It's more like Silhouette Rabbit with the trap card is more like the third best option for an end board, and people are not making that many links at the moment on their end boards because that's the only way for Silhouette Rabbit to appear, I guess.
Justice Hunters has important field spells with ignition effects, making them worth popping as Disruption, a chain link after they are activated. In decks like Yummy, board breakers are incredibly common. Rabbit can pop these field spells, or negate some of these board breakers through the use of Apophis the Swamp Deity. For a deck like K9 Crystron that already plays a valuable continuous trap as part of the engine and has link material to spare, Rabbit is an appealing option to side deck. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is endlessly inventive. As the game changes, players will write laws, start trends, and promptly abandon them as new cards and ideas recontextualize how people approach the game. I shudder to imagine a stale Yu-Gi-Oh! Because even in its darkest chapters, that is something it has never been. With that, I am out of characters, so I guess this is the end. It was honestly a lot of pressure to put out something worthwhile after my last video, so if you enjoyed this one, I would really appreciate it if you liked it and shared it with someone. Thanks to Eva Lees, Peeps, Mark the Page, Joshua Schmidt, and especially Dan from YCS Organization for their
I responded to one
contributions
Discord
this essay.
DM.
I've posted links to where you can find them in the description. Also, a massive thanks to my patrons, including Dan Parker, Drumstep, MBT Yu-Gi-Oh, and Ray. Support on Patreon is what makes putting together videos like this much more just.
Okay, no, this was an interesting discussion. I like that. Oh, I'm not surprised. I'm not subscribed to Out of Characters. Let me change that real quick, and you should too. Let me send you the link in chat right now. Please, everyone, do me a favor and send some love over to Out of Characters. Yeah. All right. Cool. Watch till the end. Is there something happening?
Justifiable for me. So if you want to help my work beyond just a like or subscription, you know where to go.
Is the outro funny usually?
Okay, now here's the line again in my horribly botched attempt at Josh's German accent. I'm so sorry to all of our German viewers. I got to lower my voice, not be a tiny gay child anymore. I'm a normal person with a normal person deep voice.
Okay.
Hello guys, DB Grinder here.
The what grinder? All right. What's he grinding Dragon Ball for? All right. What else did I have left for today? I feel like so I have locals gameplay, but that is for tomorrow. I haven't put it all together yet. It's all just a bunch of individual videos right now on my SD card for the from the GoPro. So we can't look at that yet. Show us your ruler deck. My ruler deck is going to be on the YouTube channel in less than 2 hours. Just subscribe to YouTube and you'll see it. We can yap a little bit. I woke up with a little bit of a sore throat today, so I'm starting to get a little sore from talking all that much, but we can yap for a little bit longer. Did the GoPro survive this time? Yes. This time I brought 4 fully charged batteries, and I was able to record every round I played. But yeah. Did you make a Genesys Paleo deck? I did make a Genesys Paleo deck, and let me tell you, I've resolved Mirage of Nightmare into Trap-holic, pop Mirage of Nightmare. That shit's crazy. However, I do think, unfortunately, with the new time rules, Paleo is in a very rough spot. Show deck. Okay, hold up. I have it here. It's not like a fleshed out build or anything, but we can talk about it. I have it. I don't think it's sorted. I actually have to sort it real quick. There's some random ideas in here that I'm not sure if I'm gonna keep. But yeah. This is a proxy for Mirage of Nightmare. I only had 2. So I played. This is like it's also a random deck number. Keep in mind, I built this on Wednesday night before I left for Lille, and I didn't really have that much time. It was like late at night. I just threw it together, a bunch of the cards I wanted to try. So it was 3 Mirage, 3 Morganite, 3 Backjack, 2 Sol. Paleos. 15. Of course. What does Mirage do? Okay, so Mirage of Nightmare, funnily enough, even though it's still banned in TCG, I unironically think that card could probably come back. Because it's not actually that broken. It only does have 10 points in Genesys format. These are German, so holding them closer to the camera probably won't help you. But the way this card works, it's a continuous spell card that says, during your opponent's standby phase, you draw until you have 4 cards in your hand. And then in your next standby phase, you randomly discard the same amount of cards that you drew. So in theory, this card is only is neutral in card advantage, because let's say you are on 0 cards, you draw 4 cards in your opponent's turn, and then in your next turn you discard 4 random cards. But the idea, of course, is that both of those effects activate. So when you get rid of Mirage of Nightmare, in between your opponent's standby phase, after you draw the cards, and then before you have to discard in your next standby phase, you don't have to discard. And the other thing is just like, if you play a deck, even if you can't get rid of it, if you play a deck that has good discards for it, then you don't mind. So in Paleo, for example, in your opponent's standby phase, you draw some cards, and then in the next standby phase, you discard a bunch. That's like milling 4 cards, but slower. Which is okay. But obviously, Paleo has ways to pop it. So Mirage of Nightmare is 30 points. The other cards that have points in this deck are Trap-holic, which is 7 points each. Trap-holic is 7 points each, so that is... Oh, that's transaction rollback. Where's Trap-holic? There. That is 51. And, of course, Trap-holic and Mirage of Nightmare is the dream combo for this deck, because what you can do is you can go Mirage of Nightmare, draw up to 4 cards in your opponent's standby phase, and then you go Trap-holic, pop your own Mirage of Nightmare, so you can keep the cards in your hand for the next turn, and you get a trap from your deck. So that's the dream combo for this deck. But you can also theoretically pop your own Mirage of Nightmare with your own Olenoids, which can also pop your own spell traps. So that's one thing. And then the other card that's points is obviously Transaction Rollback. They upped it to 7 points, which means that my main deck is 30, 51, 72 points. And then in the extra deck, I believe I played a Zeus, but then I moved that Zeus to my Dragon Ruler deck, so it's not in here right now, but there's a Zeus in the extra, and that's like almost all my points. You could technically play something else that's worth 8 points. I didn't really find something else. Oh yeah, I played one Daruma, I think. Or no, I played 2 Daruma and no Zeus. That's what I did. I played Darumas and I played Typhon instead. Does that work? Does that make sense? Yes. I played Typhon, which is 10 points, and then 3 cannons, which is 15. So that is 25 plus 72 puts me to 97. Yes, that's what I did. I played 3 Darumas and a Typhon, which is 97. Daruma, funnily enough, I honestly don't know how good Daruma Karma Cannon is in the format. It is a very good card at stalling, like under Morganite. It's very hard to kill under Karma Cannon, but it's very weird because there's no link monster, so you're never actually clearing anything. So I'm not sure if Karma Cannon is that good. 3 Needlebug Nest, 3 Rise to Full Height. I played 1 Redeemable Jar, which I'll explain in a second. I played 3 Wabokus, which I liked. I went back to Lost Wind because the format is slower, so Lost Wind was actually kind of nice. Obviously, 3 Fiend Griefings. 1 Elemental Burst for the rollback combo. 1 Balance of Judgment. I could have played 2, but I kind of felt like not every trap needs to be a target for both Trap Trick, which of course is in here. Not every trap needs to be a target for Trapaholic and Trap Trick. So I decided to just play 1 Balance because Trapaholic can get it. I played a Redeemable Jar. I think this card is more fun than anything. I would probably take it out. What this card says is... this card says... You can banish a trap from your grave, add from your grave to your hand a trap with a different name from the banished card. You can only use it once per turn. So it's basically like drawing an extra card every turn. It's kind of like a mini Morganite for this deck, because every turn you can get 1 trap back from your graveyard, which I think is neat in theory. But I never really pulled it off. I don't know. I was just messing around with some ideas. In general, this deck felt good for Genesys format. I think it needs more work because Paleo is a trap deck, and trap decks always depend a little bit on the surrounding. Like you're gonna have to see what other people play, which trap cards are good in the format. Like, for example, is Karma Cannon good or is it not? Which kind of removal do you need? Is Lost Wind good enough or is it too slow? Do you need Waboku and Rise to Full Height, or are decks actually not that explosive? I also thought about making this closer to a 40 card deck. This is like 55 or something. I have no idea. This could also be an Extravagance deck. I thought about Extravagance. I thought about Trap Tantalizing Tune because there's less Ash Blossoms in the format. There's a lot of ways you can build and play this deck. This was just the very first thing I did. This is pretty close to some of the lists I've been playing in Master Duel, but I think there's a lot of exploration left to be done. I think Balance of Judgment felt kind of weak. I think Morganite and Mirage of Nightmare as a draw engine are sufficient. I would like to get it closer to 40. It doesn't have to be exactly 40. It can be slightly more. But I want to see Mirage of Nightmare. Mirage of Nightmare is nice. Opinion on the Draco Tail traps. Also another great option. You can play the Draco Tail traps in this deck because they're actually kind of high quality, especially Draco Tail Flame. And then if you ever have multiple in the graveyard, they start recycling and drawing cards, which is really nice. So there's literally... That's the thing. Genesys format, so many things are possible. It's so refreshing because like the format is just such a low, it's a lower power level and it's a completely new environment. So I'm still trying out different things. This deck felt good, but you need to definitely play fast with it if you are actually playing it in a tournament. Extra deck, I didn't really think much about it. I just played 3 Opabinia, 3 Daddy, Cat, Shark, Daigusto, Phoenix, the good old, the stuff that I played back in the day, right? We got Cat Shark, Phoenix, Crumble Logos. I played F-Zero. Unfortunately, the other F-Zero is points. The F-Zero Draco Future is 20 points. I couldn't afford that. I played Onibimaru, I played Cavalry, I played Downerd. This was because I had a Zeus in here at some point before I added the Karmas. This is 13. I believe I played a Typhon. You can also play Toad, but then you have to cut the Karma Cannons because Toad is also 20 points. None of the new rank 6 from the Tins. You can play that. You can play Plump probably for a big Zeus or whatever. Like there, I don't pay too much attention to the extra deck. I literally just this is almost exactly the extra deck from my YCS Prague Paleo deck because I just took that's where I took the cards from because I had that built and I was kind of building this last minute. So the extra deck just rank 2 toolbox and play some other like rank up stuff. Like Dragon's Gate seems good. I agree. Dragon's Gate seems good. Plump seems good. I didn't think of that. But yeah. For the main deck, of course I like the Trap Trick. I love the Fiend Griefings. Needlebug Nest is probably good. Balance is not necessary, I don't think. Burst is awesome. Rollback's awesome. Holic is insane. Morganite is good, but might not be necessary. This is good. This is good, but could be a one of. Love the Backjacks. Love the Vabokus. The Rise to Flight. Liked the Lost Twins. Not sure about the Karma Cannons. This probably goes out. And then we play the 15 Paleo. So like these are cards you can mess around with, and you can go all the way up to 60. You can cut some stuff and make it closer to 40. I'm still waiting to see some results in Genesys format to see which kind of decks I'm competing with. With this deck in particular, I did have a big problem versus Dimension Shifter because it was just impossible to disrupt my opponent properly. So I got shifted by Ritual Beast, and that just kind of like was really annoying. But yeah. Why Waboku and not Threatening Roar? Because you can use Waboku on your own turn, which is very valuable when you're trying to pop off. Like when you're trying to summon, when you're just using it to bring back a Paleo because you wanna do some stuff on your turn. Waboku is really, really nice. Yeah. Odeon is menacing. You might want to play Heavy Storm Duster. Yeah, I didn't prepare a side deck for this because I wasn't planning to play it in a tournament at YCS Lille. So you would honestly maybe the format is slow enough to play Heavy Storm Duster in the main deck. Possible. It would be a very high quality trap card. Yeah, definitely. But I'm gonna tinker with this more. This was just my first brew. What is this? 2 exceeds monsters with the same rank. This card's original rank is always treated as 1. Gains attack defense equal to the combined ranks of all exceeds you control. And in your opponent's grave, your opponent's monsters cannot target for attacks. Once per turn, when your opponent acts a card effect. Ooh, that's good. Yeah, no, I definitely would play that. I definitely would play that in this deck. I didn't even know this card existed. I did not know this card existed. Yeah, 0 points. That's nice. I like that. It's just another one of those cards that I didn't pay attention to because it's obviously not good enough in modern Yu-Gi-Oh! But in Genesys format, I feel like this card could definitely have a home. It's from Duet. Yeah, I know. I have a Starlight of this. I pulled a Starlight of this and I thought it was useless. And then I put it in some random... I think it's in my trade binder. Yeah. I'm gonna put that in my Paleo deck. Dude, I love Genesys so much. I think Genesys is awesome. I think maybe there's a universe where we'll just do something like a Genesys day on stream, like once a week we do a Genesys stream. Once a week we do a Genesys stream with like remote duels and deck building and stuff like that. Because my my locals is going to do Genesys soon. Hopefully, they said. So yeah, I think that's awesome. Yeah. All right, y'all. My throat is starting to get sore. I woke up with a sore throat today a little bit, so I think we're gonna call it a day here. 30 minutes early. I'm gonna be here tomorrow with more TCG gameplay. I have a locals recording that we can talk about tomorrow, and maybe some more Genesys discussions and current format discussions and all that. So I hope all of you enjoyed today's stream. I'm glad to be back. There's gonna be a lot more streams in October than they were in September. September was kind of busy for me with a lot of tournaments happening. October is gonna be a little quieter. So I'm going to be live more often. We're going to do TCG. We're going to do Genesys. I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be awesome. Thank you all for tuning in today. Hope you're going to tune in tomorrow or over the course of the weekend where, like I said earlier, I am going to be streaming YCS Anaheim both days. We're going to watch together and hopefully have a good time over the course of the weekend. I'm going to send you guys over to Bronas, who's playing Master Duel right now, in case you're into that at the moment. A little bit of masochistic content. So yeah, appreciate you guys for hanging out. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for all the subs. I appreciate that. And I will see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye, everybody. Peace.